Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, YouTube? This is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeff. We are back with a deep dive tonight. I'm trying to think. The last one I did was on UFO earlier in the month with Craig Beerhorse, and so trying to get a few more of these in. These are ones that we've been talking about. Johnny, my guest here below me, Mr. Johnny Mack from Rock and Metal Plus, and we got a newbie. This guy right here, Scott Wilcox, has signed up to take one for the team today. Scott is with No Solutions Metal, right, Scott?
Yeah, just No Solution.
Oh, it's just No Solutions. Okay. So we, Johnny, you and I discussed this probably back in May, I think, May or June.
Yeah.
We talked about, we ended up doing, first of all, we're going to talk about, what band are we going to talk about tonight, guys?
Oh, Metallica?
Metallica?
Yeah.
We're going to talk about Marillion. Yeah. And, you know, I guess you could say probably one of the leading, if not the leading, band out of the 80s that kind of brought the neo-prog genre to the fore. And that was essentially like, you know, you had your grandfather prog rock bands like your King Crimsons and your Floyds and your Genesises and Yes and whatnot. And then as the tail end of the 70s into the mid 80s, kind of the post-punk era took over, where it was everything in antithesis of prog rock. You know, prog rock was big, bombastic, long tracks, lots of musicianships. What happened? The reaction to that was kind of the punk reaction, right? And you had the Sex Pistols and all that brought on the U.S. bands like Dead Kennedys and so UK Subs and all those bands, Agent Orange, and so that kind of happened. And then you had the post-punk stuff with the new wave stuff and the new romantic stuff happening. And somewhere in the middle of that, in the 80s, these bands started popping up, like Marillion, like IQ, like Palace, like Eloy was older. That was the 70s band. I'm trying to think. So you guys got any other examples? There was a whole bunch of them.
Was Saga around that time?
Well, Saga was late 70s. That was more. They were more hard rock influence, so they were more like pop. You know, Magnum. You could almost go Magnum, but Magnum was late 70s too, and they always kind of they kind of relied a little bit more on the guitar as opposed to the keyboard element, which early in Marillion's kind of career, it was either a pretty good mix or it was more keyboard dominated and more vocal dominated with the original incarnation with Derek W. Dick, as we all know, Fish, the giant 6'8" Scotsman that led the band originally. So their first album, the first Marillion album, Script for a Jester's Tear, which is this one here. Righto. And these are the original double disc ones before I think these were maybe the 20th anniversaries or something like that. And they spell Marillion on the side of them. Yeah.
I didn't pull those out, but I got the.
Yeah, I have that one too. Right. And that's the 40th anniversary that came out like 2 years ago. Interesting thing about these is I had all this stuff stored when my fiance and I split up, and I had to put stuff away. I put it in a storage unit, and there was a freak snowstorm in the middle of April that melted away like in a day, and the storage units were flooded. And this particular box, my Marillion box, was the one that was flooded, and you can see, I don't know if you can really see that, but all my Marillo discs got this is glued in there. Well, no, it isn't.
Oh man.
Yeah, so there you go. Can you see all the ripples in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a few water damage ones.
Well, unfortunately, I can't. They're shot. Doesn't matter because the 40th came out and you got all that stuff plus more. But kind of a bummer because these were, as you can see, the EMI imports. So they weren't cheap when I bought these back whenever these came out, late 90s, maybe I think they were, or something like that. Is that when it was?
Yeah, was it like 99, something like
99, yeah.
It was 99, okay.
Yeah. So so the thing is, Marillion puts out 4 albums with Fish, which are considered, the classics. And then Fish takes off to go solo. And at that point, they bring in a new singer. And that's where we're going to come in because I've already done the Fish material with Lee. I didn't actually put the link in there, but I will put it in after the live stream is over. But Lee G, and I did that back, early 21, I think. 21. And I remember that definitively because my sucky, shitty football team was ranked number 1, had the home field advantage. It was the number 1 seed that year, and they managed to lose at home to the fucking Cincinnati Bengals. Ugh. And I lost my voice. My voice was shot. I could barely talk. I was a little over into that game. I've since cooled off a lot from that day. I had a lot of stressful things happening. But we did that one already. So we're not going to do that. We're going to talk about the Steve Hogarth era. And it is far longer than the Fish era. The Fish era lasted about not quite a decade, really. I think they formed in 79 and they were split by 88 after 4 albums. So we're going to talk about that with each other, how we felt about that. But I think first what I want to do, and in addition, as I said, the Hogarth era far surpasses in length, time, and output what the Fish era did. That was about a 9-year period with Fish. Steve Hogarth has been in there coming up on 40 years, which is kind of crazy. 36 or 36, I believe it is, or 37 maybe. And they put out 15 studio albums in that time, so more than triple the output of Fish, the Fish incarnation. And I don't know how many countless lives and DVDs and tons and tons and tons of shit, which I have not kept up with. That's just way beyond my desire to
Scott's got them all. Scott's probably got them all, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, I was going to say, I bet he's got
all of them I can find, yeah.
Yeah, not me. I was doing that with Fish for a while when he was putting all the bootlegs out. I had the first 10 or 12 Fish bootlegs, which actually go for quite a bit of money now. If you throw them up on eBay, you can get a nice chunk of change.
Yeah, you showed some on the deep dive we did, didn't you, Jack?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I've got all the signed stuff, the signed VHSs. Yeah, and Johnny and I did a Fish deep dive on Fish's solo material. So I'll link all that stuff.
Oh, cool.
Down below.
That.
Yeah, we'll link out all that down below. But let's first of all, let's kind of talk to Scott a little bit. Scott, I have known about you for a while. Rick kind of pointed me in your direction. Rick is he's the Zen herder of wayward YouTube channels. He'll send me stuff and I'll be like, dude, I will make a total honest admission here. I don't watch that much because I don't want to steal other people's ideas. 1, 2, I am always engaged in creating my content, so I don't have a lot of time to watch other people. I do watch Heavy Metallurgy from time to time. I don't even watch them fully all the time. I'll and like the album club stuff, but I have tuned into all your channels to peek in and see what's going on. But I would be a stone cold liar if I said I watch every single video. Just like you'd probably be a stone cold liar if you said you watch every one of my videos. I totally get it. It's, there's only so many hours in a day, in a week, in a month to focus on that kind of stuff. So it's hard when there's literally dozens and dozens of channels or more, probably hundreds of what we do. And we all gravitate to certain personalities too. So that's kind of a thing as well. But Scott, when did you start doing No Solution? How long have you been doing it? And what can we see over there?
It was very end of 2022. I did a best of 2022 list, thinking that might be it. But I don't know. I just liked it, and actually, it's the comments and talking to the people that watch, and then watching other people's videos and talking to them. Just getting to know people with similar interests. That's kind of what has kept me into it. I do a lot of reviewing blind buys that I've done, just kind of my first impressions of
cool.
You get a grab bag of 20 albums, and I'll just go through them, listen to them once, and tell you what I think and stuff like that.
Right.
I don't do deep dives like you. I've done mini deep dives into bands. I tend to find though that people don't watch those, so I kind of have eased off on that. So
yeah, I do what I do. I don't do it for anybody else's edification. I do what I like to do. It is all about hanging out with dudes like you guys, talking about stuff that I love and generally know quite a bit about. If I don't know about a band, I'm not going to get on and talk about it.
Yeah.
What's the point? I shy away from the whole daily review thing or weekly review or monthly review thing. For starters, if I get an album by somebody that is a friend, I can think of one particular case. I'm not going to name any names, but guy's a real good friend of mine, and I'm not crazy about the last album that came out by him. And I don't want to get on and go, hey man, this guy and I are like super tight, but this new album, man, it's kind of shitty. Yeah. I just don't want to do that. And look, there's guys like Nick out there, and there's guys that do a much more, in my opinion, a little bit overkill on the whole thing. But that's just me, and I'll watch what I want to watch and dip out on the stuff I don't. So for me, it's the interviews. For me, it's these deep dives. That's predominantly it, and showing off some of the shit I get from time to time, which for a long time wasn't much because I wasn't able to because of my illness. So,
right.
But yeah, I mean, and we had you on briefly, I think, at the end of the Halloween special, right?
Yeah. I just got home from the Acid Witch show. Yeah, so I ducked in right at the end.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. So, Johnny, we already kind of know about you, but go ahead if you want to give a quick 2-minute blurb on your channel, because I noticed you're creeping up on me, fucker.
I know, it's quite scary, isn't it? I can't believe people still fucking watch my stuff. Well, so all these live streams that I'm hauling myself out to as many people as possible, so I'm trying to get it out there. No, I'm still basically just doing collection updates. The last year I bought so much stuff. I've probably got 100 albums that I've not shown yet. So I've got enough to keep me going for the next good few months. I've shown that one a week, and it's the last couple I've been doing. I've been mixing them up. I was doing like just a solid black metal one or a death metal one or whatever, but the last couple I've chucked in some classic rock stuff, some new wave British heavy metal, some prog, just a bit of everything because I'm getting bored myself, and I'm that sort of person. I just get bored, so I'll probably do that. But that's essentially what I'm doing. I occasionally put the odd gig review up. Me and Mark G with a C went to see Celestial Sanctuary and Fuming Mouth on Wednesday. I took some video footage. I might put that up probably tomorrow night, I would have thought. But yeah, I try and get a few bits and bobs out. So
I got a big question for you though.
Go on then.
How much time do you spend during the month anticipating the credit card bill so you can hide it from your wife?
Well, the thing is with me, Jeff. I retired last year. I took early retirement, so
you got a nice big pot to dip into right now.
I have, yeah, but it's kind of reduced this year. But I have a big extension and a new kitchen and new downstairs toilet and utility room building.
So you bought her off. That's what you did. You bought her off.
So I've the buy-in will go down, but I said luckily I've hoarded enough albums and stuff away to
cool.
It'll keep me going. So no, she does keep a few times. It's like how many albums this week when you got the door and the postman brings a big 6 or 7 albums, and then
I'm lucky I don't have to do that. I'm lucky I don't have to do that, but I will say, as you guys probably know a little bit about my situation, Johnny, you do. I was pretty much dead broke for about 4 years while shit was trying to be figured out, and 3 years. And then I got a giant cash infusion. Well, I can tell you right now, ain't a whole lot of that cash left over. I'm just saying. So there's going to be all the collector scum videos that popped out are going to be a lot more fewer and further between now. So, but anyways, hey Mick, how you doing? So Scott,
Yeah.
where, when, and how did you come into Marillion to
Uh,
begin
fr-
with? And
a
then
friend of
tell us-
mine.
well, hang on
sorry.
one second. Got a further question then.
Oh.
So once you tell us that story, then tell us about the transition from Fish to Steve Hogarth. How you found out, what your thing was, unless you came into the Hogarth era first and went backwards, of course.
No, but yes. So I didn't have the trauma that you guys had. A friend of mine introduced me to Marillion in I think early 2000.
Oh, okay,
It was Fish. It was Misplaced Childhood.
Okay.
So I got all the Fish albums, and that was when I didn't pull them, but when these remasters were coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So I grabbed all the Fish ones and loved them, of course. And then I saw there were 4 more, and I asked my friend, and he's like, "Oh, it's Fish left," and poo-pooed them, and I was like, "Well, whatever. I like the musicians, so I'll check them out." So
your friend shit on the Hogarth stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So I got Season's End, and I played it, and I was like, "This is fucking great." So I got the rest of them, and then that was it. I was in. So I didn't have that, that break that you guys had,
like the breakup. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How about you, Johnny? I know you got to see Fish. You're the lucky bastard got to see Fish. I've seen Marillion 5 times, but it was always with H. And I'll tell my story about the Fish era thing then.
Well, my first festival was the Monsters of Loch Donington, 1985, where ZZ Top headlined and the special guests were Marillion. So I got to see Marillion with Fish then. I think it was Misplaced Childhood. I think they were pushing. Pretty sure it was that anyway. So I got to the barrier for Marillion, and I'm a short person anyway, but obviously just standing there looking at this huge bloke with this different coloured face paint on was just it just blew me away. So I've always been a huge Marillion and Fish fan since then. But I'd actually got into this album, Script, because a good buddy of mine who ended up organising death metal gigs in Wrexham, in our town. He just got me into him. I think his older sister was into the prog stuff. So this is when I was in school. He was in his sister was into Pink Floyd and Genesis and that sort of stuff. And I think he used to listen to all her stuff. And then he just said, "Oh, you need have a listen to this," and showed me a lot of videos and that sort of thing. And I just fell in love. As I said, Script for the Jester Steer is my favorite debut album of all time by any band, any genre. Just
definitely one of mine as well.
Album. Yeah. So I got in at the start, and sort of watching sort of old VHS footage of stuff like Grendel and the Web and all that sort of stuff, and just get blown away by it. So I said I loved all the stuff. Then I remember going down to a friend's house, and he said, "Oh, the new Marillion album's out." I go, "Well, there can't be one because obviously Fish isn't with them anymore." You saw so much, there was no internet back then. I went, no, the new singer, Steve Hogarth. All right, okay. And he played it. He said, "I've got this." Can't remember if it's a 7-inch single or the CD single or 12-inch or whatever. And it was Hooks in You. And I went, "It sounds like Magnum. Doesn't sound like Marillion. This sounds like it's got that keyboardy, guitar-y sound." And for me, it was like it was almost like a not quite hair metal band, but it had that rockiness. It didn't have the English plugginess of it. They'd changed their sound so much. And then in the sort of the pop TV show chart show on in the UK here was Top of the Pops, and they Hooks in You came on and they played Top of the Pops. And I went, fucking hell, he doesn't even look like Fish. So I was out. I was just fully out. I didn't bother buying the album. Not interested at all. Fast forward to about Marillion.com-ish, whenever that came out. I could probably have a look because I've got my notes, haven't I? When was that? About 99, 2000-ish, around that sort of time anyway. It could have been after Anarachnophobia, actually. Anyway, guy in work As I said, I worked in the same company for 37 years. So a guy knew we liked our music and that sort of thing. And he said, "Oh, you we were chatting, and Marillion came up because he was, a big fan still, and he was going to see him. And I kind of poo-pooed him, as you do. I'm like, no, man, you really need to hear the Marillion stuff. It's absolutely fucking brilliant." Because he knew that I liked Porcupine Tree, and he said, you really need to get into this stuff. So he gave me this.
Okay. Yeah.
This is marillion.co.uk. It's a compilation of
sampler. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sample thing, and it's stuff from the Racket Records and the Front Row stuff, and it's like acoustic versions of Fade of Sunlight, and we got Dry Land on here, demo versions of The Great Escape, demo version of Accidental Man, demo version of Cathedral Wall, the Space Live, Fade of Sunlight, as I said, Berlin, the Bell of the Sea Live, and loads of stuff. And this, I said, I never gave him back. That's how much I liked it. So I was in then. I said, it was cool because
what year was that? Mid 2000s or what?
Yeah,
early 2000s.
I guess it must have been 2000. I think I checked and it said.
Well, no, I'm asking you when you had this conversation with him.
Well, this came out in 2002, so it was probably
right around then.
As I said, it was. I think it was after Anarachnophobia had come out.
Okay.
So I think that's why he was told he'd been to see them. I'm only saying that because obviously after this, I went and back to the others.
Started grabbing everything, yeah.
The first 4 or so that H had done, and then I did the crowdfunding for Marbles. So that was the first new Marillion album I bought. So it was around that sort of time. So I've been in ever since. I did dip in and out, like a lot of you do. I did with a lot of other music. So there's a bunch of albums that I just didn't get.
Yeah, right.
When they came out, but I came back again for Fear. I think I was chatting to the same guy again, years later, sort of thing. He was still in the same companies as I was.
So we'll talk about that when we get to each album.
Yeah,
we kind of go into that.
Yeah, but as I said, I kind of went back in again and went and bought that as a new album, sort of thing. But the others I didn't really hear at the time. So
okay,
there you go.
Cool. Yeah, my story is that 1983. I'm a junior in high school, about 17, I guess, and I used to buy. I was a religious buyer of Kerrang! Magazine. There was a cool record store here, still here actually. You used to get them in. I don't remember whether they were bi-weekly. I think they were bi-weekly back then. I don't remember. Maybe even week. Nah, probably bi-weekly. But anyway, and I remember seeing a cover with Fish on it with the face paint and everything and thinking, wow, that's pretty trippy, like weird, man. Now I was very much into hair metal, Dokken, Rat, Motley Crue, shit like that, Ozzy, Queensryche, and Fates Warning, all that stuff. And but I was out at a Sam Goody, which I don't know if you remember them, Scott. They were the mall. Sam Goody and Camelot were the 2 mall stores, right? And I'm walking around in Sam Goody, and I see that cassette of Script. I see that cover, and I'm like, damn, man, that is, it's one of it's an iconic cover. It's one of my favorite art pieces of artwork. Mark, what's his name? Wilkinson, right?
Wilkinson,
yeah. And I'm just like that. It's just so evocative of something. I don't know what, but it's evocative. And when you see the whole thing, you're like, wow, man, that is, so killer, right? And I bought it, blind bought it. Just, I knew I read about them in Kerrang, but I didn't really know what they were or who they were. And man, that tape never left my 1976 VW. This is 1983, of course. So that didn't leave my 1976 orange VW Bugs tape deck, which the Alpine tape deck in that thing was worth more than the car was, obviously. It just didn't leave, man. I just played that thing endlessly, and I never forget, going out on a couple dates and going, hey, gotta check this out, and throwing in like Chelsea Monday or, and these girls just looking at me like, it's not Human League, man, or it's not, Tears for Fears, which I like those bands, but it's just like, there's like, yeah, you're not getting laid, dude. No way. So,
no panty dropper, Chelsea Monday.
No panty drop. Yeah, no. So that started my love affair with them, and that was it. I was fully in, absolutely was, and still is one of my favorite top 5 bands. Probably, I would probably put them right on the cusp of top 5, even with Hogarth. But with Fish, shit, they might be top 3 for me. Rush, Triumph, there's a couple bands, but they'd be up there in that rarefied air. And then I remember getting an edition of Kerrang that talked about Fish going solo. In fact, I think they were pimping Wilderness in a Vigil in a Wilderness of Mirrors. I'm like, wait, what? He's doing a solo album? And of course, you're back then, you don't have the internet, you don't have any way of knowing anything. And then I start reading he's left Marillion. I'm like, wait, what? And I'm not gonna lie, man, I was fucking broken, like just devastated, man. Because this is now I'm 87 when Clutching came out, and he left in 88. I am now in my sophomore year in college, probably, or maybe freshman. No, it would have been my sophomore year. And I'm just devastated, man. I'm like, I remember I was dating my fiance who became my wife, my girlfriend who became my wife. And I remember just coming home one day. I'm like, I was like on the verge of tears, man. Like, I'm like, I can't believe this shit. But then Wilderness came out and I liked it. I dug it a lot. It was very Celtic, very Scottish, very, as we know. Check out Johnny and my deep dive on that. But then, so I got Season's End. I had to. It was Marillion. I didn't say no way. I'm not going to do it. But when I listened to it, I'm like, man, okay, the Rothery guitar tone is still there. The solos are still there. The Mark Kelly keyboards are still there. The Pete Travis, nice bouncy bass. But man, this dude's singing, man. He's so fucking poppy. Like, what is up with that? I'm like, this ain't Marillion, man. So I probably played that album a fair amount, but not anywhere near like, it was always go back to the OGs. And then Holiday in Eden came out, and I'm like, yeah, fuck this band, man. Fuck them. These guys are a bunch of, I'm not gonna say the word because back then you could get away with saying that word, and it's not a good word, but that, it's an English equivalent of a cigarette. So
right.
these dudes are those, and I'm like, not cool. I'm just saying that's how we talked back in the 80s, 90s, early 90s. And I just shut down, man. Didn't buy anything from them for many, many, many years. However, and it wasn't even that Steve was a bad singer. Quite frankly, Steve's a better singer than Fish. If you really want to get technical, he's a much more refined singer. He's got much more dynamics to his voice, much better range in his voice. But he doesn't have the Fish thing, man. He's just not the Fish guy, right? But if you hear him do the old stuff, he does it justice. It's not Fish, and it'll never be Fish, but he does it justice, okay? But somewhere, and I want to say it was probably, what was the album? Okay, well, we got to get to that. So the album that came out before Anarachnophobia, which I guess that would have been Radiation, was it?
.com.
Yeah.
Or .com was before that?
Yeah. .com was before. That was 99.
Oh, shit. Okay, I thought, okay.
Radiation was 98. I want to go.
Yeah,
Got me
it
notes here with all the dates on. So.
Yeah, it was Radiation. I'm going by Wikipedia in a minute here, and we'll do that. I'm too I was too lazy to write everything out this time. Yeah, you're right. Right. So I will say, oh no, I take it back. I'm wrong. Somebody somewhere along the line, I heard Brave when it came out, and I was like, oh, okay. So I dove back in. And then Afraid of Sunlight came out. I was still in. And then This Strange Ending came out. And I was like, eh. And then Radiation came out. And I was like, eh. But we'll talk about those albums because I have some changed viewpoints of them now. And by the time Anarachnophobia, by the time we get to Marvels, that's when things really radically changed for me. And we'll talk about that as we get in. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit about Marillion real fast. A little bit of a history lesson on them. Very quick one. They were formed in 1979 in Buckinghamshire, Aylesbury. Or is it Aylesbury? How do you say it, Johnny?
Aylesbury.
Aylesbury.
Ales, as in ale, beer.
Ale, yeah. Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire. In 1979, they emerged from the post-punk scene in Britain as a gap between the punk style and the progressive rock style, becoming the most successfully commercial neo-prog band of the 80s. Marillion's recorded studio output since 82 is composed of 20 albums and generally regarded in two distinct years delineated by the departure of original lead singer Fish in 1988 and subsequent arrival of Steve Hogarth in early 89. The band has achieved 8 top 10 UK albums between 83 and 94, including a number 1 album in 85 with Misplaced Childhood. Go check out Lee and my deep dive, which I will put links in for then. They are also best known for their 1985 singles Kaylee and Lavender, which reached number 2 and number 5, respectively, with Kaylee entering the Billboard Hot 100 in the United States. Marillion's first album released with Hogarth, 1989 Season End, was another top 10, and the albums continued to chart well until their departure from EMI, following the release of their 96 live album, Made Again. They have essentially been a cult act since then, and have achieved a further 12 top 40 singles in the UK. Marillion has achieved with Hogarth, including 2004's You're Gone, which charted at number 7, the biggest hit of his tenure. Didn't actually know that. In 2016, they returned to the UK album charts top 10 for the first time in 22 years since 87. So that would have been 16 was with Fear, the album Fear, Fuck Everyone and Run. And on the UK album charts dated 11 March 22, an hour before it started, entered at number 2. Highest chart position since Clutching at Straws. Wow. Really continued to tour internationally, becoming ranked 38th in Classic Rock's 50 best live acts of all time in 08. Yeah, we got to remember to talk about the fan funding thing because, well, I'll read it real quick. Despite unpopularity in the mainstream media and a consistently unfashionable status with the British music industry, Marillion have maintained a very loyal international fan base, becoming widely acknowledged as playing a pioneering role in the development of crowdfunding and fan-funded music. They've sold over 15 million albums worldwide. And when we get to Anarachnophobia, we got to kind of discuss that crowdfunding because it is widely regarded as probably the first crowdfunded album, which was a big thing for quite a while. I don't know if it's still there like it was anymore, but it used to be. It was a big alternative to giant labels because they were sick of getting shafted. They wanted to own their own material. Anything to add to that real quickly, guys? Should we jump into the albums then?
No, right. I think we covered it.
All right. Let's talk about the albums. This is the first one. This is the 40th anniversary re-release. 4 CDs. No, I'm sorry. 3 CDs, 1 Blu-ray on this one. They cheesed out on this one a little bit because all the other ones I think have 4 and 1. But anyway, great package. All these are fantastic. They come with either remastered or remixed in this case, I believe. Or wait, is this one remixed? Yeah, 23 remix. Tons of 5.1 Blu-ray. Blu-ray audio 5.1 immersive Atmos. Some done by Steve Wilson, not all, but the earlier ones are Steve Wilson. And usually a live show or 2, and then a killer making of document. I think this one has 2, I believe. Right?
Yeah, it's got a new one and then an archival one.
Yeah, and then this also has a 90-minute live video concert thing. So these are value for money. You're just not going to get any better than this. If you're a fan or you become a fan, you're going to want to get these, and you're going to want to try to get them quick because they have gone out of print in the past. I don't think Misplaced has come back out, but I do believe and Clutching, but I think the first 2 you can still get quite readily, cheaply actually. This one was a little salty. It was like it stayed high. The other ones I was able to get pretty cheaply, and A couple of them, which I show in the Fish thing, are signed by Fish. I got all of them signed, but the what was the one I didn't get signed, John? You remember?
I can't remember. I've only got
Fugazi.
one signed, and that's Fugazi.
Fugazi. That's the one I don't have signed, and that's the one you do have signed.
Go.
Yeah.
Between us, we got them all.
Oh,
Anyway,
you ordered them from Fish?
I'm sorry?
You ordered those from Fish?
Yeah, I got them directly.
Yeah.
And that was honestly before Fish was charging to sign stuff. Now he's charging lately, which I get it. I get it. That's a lot of work for him, so I get it. But I missed out on he had sold out of all the Fugazi copies, and I finally got one on. Dude, I got that my copy on Amazon for $28. So I was like, yeah, I got. Oh, and I actually this one that I got, I did get with. I'll dig it out in a minute. I did get it with the. I bought it privately from eBay for $38, I think, and the guy sent the print with the Marillion signature. So I have one of those. So but let's talk about that album here. Let's get into a couple of quick blurbs on the album. Let me just pull up my notes on it here real fast. Season's End comes out September 25th, 1989. Recorded at Hook End Recording Studios in Oxfordshire. Came out on EMI Worldwide and Capitol in Canada and the US, and was produced by Marillion and Nick Davis. This is the first to feature Steve Hogarth, and it reached number 7 in UK album charts. How about what I'm going to do is we're going to flip-flop between you two guys when we get to a different album. That way somebody doesn't steal everybody's thunder. I'll go last, and Scott, I'm going to do you first. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the thing. Am I? Why is this not working? There we go. Scott, I'm going to go to you first. So, Season's End. Jump into it.
All right, Season's End. This was the first one I heard. Obviously, unlike you guys, I heard it about 2 months after I was deep into Fish. So
yeah,
it wasn't. Obviously, it was different, but I didn't have that kind of trauma break that you guys had. Man, I think it's almost perfect to me. I understand with Hooks and You being the single. If I heard that at the time, I would have been like, "Fuck these guys, no way." But where it's placed in the album, and I kind of see now why they released that first, kind of to say, like, this is not Fish anymore, this is something different. I kind of get it. I really like the opener, King of Sunset Town. I like how it's the long instrumental build-up. Like, they know you're waiting to hear the new singer, and they're making you wait. And then he comes in, and I don't know, I just love his voice. So to me, it's just like, it's going to be okay. Yeah, I mean, there's all the classics on here. Easter, of course, Uninvited Guest. But, like, even the deep tracks, like Holloway Girl and Berlin, I love so much. Like, whenever they bust those out live, I'm so excited. After Me, that song makes me cry. I don't know why. But when this talking about the stray dog she keeps, I don't know. It just brings tears to my eyes every time. And then The Space, just such an epic closer. And then the liner notes on here, I remember who it is, some journalist, he friggin' slags The Space off like it's a shitty way to end an album so good. And I was just like, I read that before I listened to it, and then I listened to it, and I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, I agree.
And then beyond that, I really like The Bell in the Sea. That does seem like it's B-side level to me, but I really like it. And the release, holy shit, that should have been in the album. I just love the release so much. Just such a burst of joy. The release, I mean, the name even just says it. And luckily I've seen him play it live a few times. So that's my only critique of this. I guess the release should have been on the album.
You're talking about the bonus tracks. Yeah. I didn't actually dig into those, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I know them, but I didn't like kind of rate them in my thought of it.
Okay.
But, so this is a number of the lyrics we should note were written by John Helmer, who has been a partner to H The lyrics on this album are pretty deep if you're a lyric guy. H, very wordy. I mean, we came from a guy who's very wordy in Fish, very poetic and prose dominated, to a guy in H who's a little more observational of human behavior and his emotional state. Kind of like Fish is very, very like, this is me. This is all my world right here. You're hearing all my perceptions, my stories. Ace is a little more, I think, kind of worldviewish in a lot of ways in his lyric writing. And John Helmer, obviously, and actually, the band had actually commissioned him before Helmer joined because they knew that the lyrical content of their songs was pretty advanced compared to a lot of other bands. Even Yes, I mean, Yes is very esoteric and out there because, John Anderson's all hippy dippy weird and everything. Marillion was never that way. They were very, you talk about things like addiction, like He Knows You Know, or unrequited love, or a broken heart like Script, or, She Chameleon. It's about going out with whores. It's about, whoring around a little bit, or, or Forgotten Sons about war and the damage done, etc. Right? So they knew they kind of had to try hard to get a lyricist that could kind of carry the weight of what they had going on. So, Nate, dude, bro, come on, man. You gotta fix that, my dude. You gotta fix that shit bad. Steve Rothery, I'm gonna say something. There are 3 guitar players that I think are probably the most melodic soloists ever. Number 1, Neil Schon from Journey, just amazing. Number 2, Michael Schenker from UFO and MSG and Scorpions and all that stuff. And number 3, Steve Rothery, man. He's fucking amazing. And he might actually be the most emotionally emotive soloist you're ever going to hear, but particularly because his tone is so incredible. But yeah, Johnny, how about you? Your turn. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I've not got the any of the H stuff and the anniversary things. Mine's original EMI one.
Oh, you loser! You're out of here.
Yeah, no. What can I say?
Holder.
Yeah, no bloody, no extra tracks, nothing. Just
you're a pink panty wearing douche canoe, man.
I know. What can I say? Very poor. But one thing that needs to be mentioned that you boys haven't said, they've still got the old logo on this.
Yeah.
Which I thought is
very good point. Very good point.
Nice little booklet and that. But I'll say this is just the original EMI one. What we got? I got some notes. Let's whiz through them. Yeah, as you say, King of Sunset sound. Just for me, when that came on, it was like, as you say, it was like, oh, this is like old Marillion, but with a different singer, and so that's okay. But I say, I when I first heard New Marillion, it was Hooks and You, and that was fuck all like any of the other stuff that they did. So I was out. So getting back in Easter. Wow, what an awesome song! Beautiful acoustic. God. The piano, just the solo, just it's a great pop song. Beautiful, great pop song. Uninvited Guest. That I think that should have been the first single myself, but there you go. I appreciate that they were proving that they were not the same band, but Uninvited Guest I love. Absolutely awesome. What else we got? Oh, Season's End itself, epic piano ballad. Another, I seem to like solo on a lot of these, if I'm honest. I wonder why that is. Holloway Girl has got that Marillion guitar sound, very slow paced, upbeat chorus. Berlin. Now, do you know what I put on about Berlin? I put the intro sounds like He Knows You Know. It's got a little bit of sax in it, a great bass sound. I think it sounds like it was made for Fish's voice to me.
It was. And that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Only Easter and The Space were co-written with Steve Hogarth. All the rest of that shit was already written, and much of it was fairly well demoed out with Fish in the early stages. So a lot of that material was, including Hooks and You, surprisingly.
Right.
The guys in Marillion kind of wanted to move in that direction, and Fish didn't in a lot of ways. And he didn't want to. Go ahead.
Sorry, the Clutching at Straws 2 disc has a lot of those demos of things that eventually became Season's End with Fish on vocals.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like the vigil lyrics with the Season's End music. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I don't think we probably talked about that in the last one, but I'm glad you brought that up, Scott. So go ahead, Don.
Yeah. So yeah, as I said, Berlin is He Knows You Know for with H on it. After Me, acoustic ballad, builds really well with a excellent payoff. It's very Scottish sounding. I know obviously H isn't Scottish and the other guys aren't Scottish, which is possibly why it sounds like it was made written for Fish. But it reminds me of the band Delamitri. I don't know if you know them. Scottish acoustic pop rock band. That's what I hit. Obviously got Hooks in You, which I now love. It's just something. It's because it's so different. I like it.
Killer pop tune, man. It's killer.
Yeah.
Pop
Yeah.
song,
Absolutely. Man. It is a proper single. It's a pop rock song. It's excellent. And the space, very Pink Floydy for me.
And the reality is, Johnny, if I can interrupt for a sec.
Yeah, go.
Fish never could have carried that off with that song. There's no way.
Oh hell no.
He doesn't have that kind. Fish is not a pop rock song singer. I mean, well, all right, maybe I'm being a little unfair. I mean, he kind of did it with Internal Exile and a couple of those early songs, but like
the earlier stuff, yeah. He couldn't do it now.
No, well, he definitely couldn't do it now. But I don't even know that he could have pulled it off on here. It just doesn't. I mean, maybe we're doing this we're used to that version with H on it for the most part. So that's where our mind goes, you know.
Yeah, but I say the space just epic. It's gives me a bit of Pink Floyd vibes. Doesn't sound like Pink Floyd.
Yeah, very much.
The vibes.
Yep.
And there you go. That's because obviously I've got the version that hasn't got any extra tracks. I think there's only 10 tracks or whatever it is.
Yep.
But yeah, no. To be fair, going back and it's just great. So yeah, that's me done on that one. Excellent.
All right. All right, for me, real quick. Like I showed, I got this version and this version. Why? Because I'm a fucking weirdo that has to own most of everything. I'm not like Psychotic where I gotta have the cassette version and the LP version. I don't. Most of
two
my
different albums there, Jeff.
I'm sorry.
Got 2 different albums in your hand.
Oh, you're right. Shit. Oh, here it is. The cover's the same color. That's why I got confused. Yeah. So, and I do love the cover on this. I think that's really cool. Not very easy to see on here, but very, very cool. Kind of the seasonal, the element thing. I really like this album a lot now. I mean, now hindsight being 2020, I was kind of iffy on it at the time. And I think a lot of it was I had a built-in bias just because it wasn't Fish. I just didn't want to hear it because it wasn't Fish. Now I put in Easter is one of the best ballads you're ever going to hear, ever. It is so emotive and so beautiful. And again, while Fish carried it off on Lavender and Sugar Mice, I don't know if he carries it off here, but maybe he could. I don't know. And if you think about it, if you really think about it, when we say, well, okay, they got poppier when they had H on vocals, were they really? Because they were already moving that way when they went on to Misplaced Childhood. They already had songs like Slalama and I don't know how Slajama, however you say that. They had songs on there. They had songs like White Russians. They had Kaylee. Kaylee is a fucking mega pop song, man.
Oh yeah.
And Kaylee is their biggest hit ever, and Fish sang that and it was amazing, right? But I think when we listen to I think to myself, well, there's no way Fish could do Easter. Well, maybe he could, but would it sound as good as this now? Because this is what I've been hearing for 30 some plus years. No, I don't think it would, right? But Easter, man, fuck. Yeah, not many songs bring me right to that level, but that one really is right there, man. It's like intense. It's like Goldilocks from King's X, man. Every time I hear that song, I'm like
Oh yeah.
the biggest pussy in the world. I'm like, hey, come on, man, don't do that to me. Especially live, because everybody sings it and Doug just puts the anyways, I'm getting off track. ADHD, it's a thing. Yeah, he the King of Sunset Town, man. Great banger. Like you said, it's got great point. It opens slowly, man. It creeps in with the keyboards and the atmosphere and the build, right? And then boom, it hits you. I think H sounds fucking amazing on it, man. And he sounds pretty much amazing uniformly on all the albums. Let's just be honest, okay? Again, as I said, if you're comparing technique and range, H is the better singer. Maybe not the better performer, although he's pretty great live too. But you know, amazing. Uninvited guest. Such a banger, man. Such a banger. Just another great pop hard rock tune, right? Season's End is kind of the epic on the album. Maybe if you want to go there, it's the long. I don't know if it's the long. The space is long too, but I can't remember how long Season's End is. Does anybody have that on their?
I want to say 7-8
minutes. Like, yeah. And so it's kind of the mood beats. You kind of go up and down. You get a little bit of mood out of it, right? Yeah. And then, you know, After Me, that little acoustic ballad is really beautiful. Berlin, another amazingly beautiful track. Hooks in You, I love it, man. I love it. It's a great fucking pop song, man. It's fucking killer. Probably didn't like it much back in the day, but I love it now, man. And The Space, probably my second favorite track on the album. It's just super moody, like Johnny said. It's very Pink Floydy. It's still remnants of the old, the Mach 1 Marillion. Very, very cool track. I did not get into the bonus tracks on here. We'll leave those for another deep dive, maybe. Okay, let's move on to this one. And of course, I got to own both of them. Holidays in Eden, which comes out 1991. June 1991. And Johnny, we'll start with you first in a minute here. Let me just read out the data. June 24th, 1991, Hook End Studio, Oxfordshire. EMI again. Christopher Neal is now producing. Was he the last guy?
No.
Yeah, he might have been, wasn't he?
No, don't think so.
Oh, it was Nick Davis. Right.
Yeah.
So Christopher Neal is the new guy in. This is the first that he helped write quite a bit on. And partially due to Christopher Neal, producer, many of the songs feature mainstream pop rock sound as opposed to progressive rock. And Hogarth has described Holidays in Eden as Marillion's poppiest album ever. I agree. It reached number 7 in the UK album charts. Holidays was the most commercial album overall that we made or had the greatest amount of commercial songs on it. Obviously, Splitting Heart or This Town is not exactly pop music. There were things within that album that were not overtly commercial at all, but we had taken a decision to work with a pop producer. And that was EMI kind of influenced them to go that way. They originally wanted Chris Kimsey, who the band had worked with and who did Misplaced Childhood, but he was actually making Rolling Stones Steel Wheels, so they couldn't get him. So I guess he didn't want to leave the Stones to go do Marillion. I mean, I think I can kind of understand that. I'm thinking the budget and the points off the Stones was a little bit higher, just saying. Yeah, so Johnny, what's your take on this one? Holidays in Eden.
Oh, I've got the double disc of this one.
All right.
And I also picked up this, which is the 2022 remix, which is
sweet.
It's been remixed. It's it's one of them. It's
way to make more money.
Need to be remixed. I know
it's a way to make more money and reissue stuff. That's what it is. Yeah.
it's one of them. I'm probably like you guys are probably the same. Unless it says Stephen Wilson on it, I'm not usually bothered with the remix. It says as long as it says if it says him on it, I'll go, oh fuck it, I'll buy it anyway.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm not an audiophile enough a lot of the time to notice the difference.
Same here.
I do appreciate that people say that if you actually stick a pair of decent headphones on and you listen to them side by side, usually with the newer stuff, you can hear the definition and the split of the different instruments and yada yada yada. But I don't know. Chances are I'll buy the remixes and I think they're wonderful, and then I'll end up listening to the original because it's what I'm used to. So unless it is, and unless I suddenly listen to it and go, whoa, this is so being cleaned up so much.
Yeah.
Unless
they change so much, I generally can't even tell a lot of the time. My ears are that fucked. Unless they totally remix it in a completely different way. Like, for example, the one I can really think of is Rush Vapor Trails. Botnick, Bruce Botnick, I believe his guy, the Tool guy, he came in and completely revamped it because that album was so fucking brick-walled, it was hard to listen to. Much, much better. But that's rare. I mean, Steven Wilson does the cool remixes on these Tull albums and on the Marillion albums. Yeah. So
yeah. But anyway, like what we got here, Splintering Heart. It starts off with like you don't really get it into your head until you listen to a lot of albums by the same band one after each other, like we have done the past week.
Yeah.
Or so. A lot of the Marillion stuff with H is keyboards at the start and just H's voice. You listen.
That's
go,
a great point. Yeah,
I was writing down, and there's so many I've put H plus keys down as little notes, and obviously that is it's like hang on a minute, another one that starts, and that's seems to be not the default starter, but it obviously is there. It works for them, and it's obviously the way they write a lot of the songs.
Well, I do think too that H is a really good keyboardist. He plays a lot of Hammond or not Hammond, B3, what's it called, Fender Rhodes.
Probably how he's writing,
and piano too. And when he's writing, he's probably starting a lot of those songs off like that, thinking, "Hey, this is my voice, and this really work well." And then the rest of the band sort of joins in. But that's fantastic point, Johnny.
Yeah. So so that starts with that. Obviously, then you got the acoustic comes in and the bass. It's just a beautiful epic. It's got a wonderful solo, as the majority of these songs have. Cover My Eyes, another, as we were saying, like your Hooks in You and Uninvited Guest, another awesome pop song, another pop rock song. I love Cover Your Eyes, absolutely brilliant, total classic. The jangly guitar sound and the melody and all that, absolutely brilliant. The Party, I was reading the notes about this while I was listening to, and it's about going to your first party as in somebody in the UK. It's probably, they're not quite all these flat parties that you American people have. We buy a bottle of cider and go down to your mate's house and listen to a few tunes, sort of thing. It's not as thing, but it's just that experience, and possibly the first time you take some illegal substance that isn't alcohol and that sort of thing. So that's what The Party is all about. He was liking that about his first experience, I believe. No One Can, lovely, wonderful ballad. I think it's just about missing your family and all that sort of stuff. Very acousticy. I put down it's a pretty song, which is obviously very posy of me to say, but there you go. What can I say? Holidays and Even in Eden. That's apparently about going on holiday and then just going fucking native and going AWOL. Some woman apparently went on holiday and then went missing for a couple of months and just decided to go wandering. And that's about that, because it also ties in with touring and that, apparently. It's almost like going on a tour, because that's essentially what you do. You go into other countries and you don't come back a lot of the time, and you just go get drunk and go missing. Well, I know Fish did a lot of that time. Yeah, that's a mid-paced one. Just got that modern Genesis vibe, I thought. Dry Land, apparently that's something that H wrote with his previous band, and it was the first time Marillion had done a cover song, even though he kind of half-lit it. The first partly cover song that someone else had not, so it wasn't part of the band that wrote it. which is a great song. Obviously, they play it live a lot. Waiting to Happen, acoustic verses, nice booming chorus. Now put sort of the town, Lake, and 100 Nights all together, because they kind of go in between each other. They kind of flow onto one another. What have we got here? It's all about moving. Apparently, it's about this town is a young couple moved to the city, and one of them gets seduced by the city itself, and they get, you know, stars in their eyes and whatever else, and the city becomes more important than that other partner, and the other partner becoming jealous. So, and then it moves on, and then the one that got jealous, by the time you get to 100 Nights, they're the one that actually, to get revenge, becomes the main person in the city, and that's how that, as you say, it's stories, and it's like when me and Jeff did the fish one, it's like they're creating a story, and that's something that Marillion do really well. So that's really good, and obviously a collection. It's just about that's a weird one. It's about a guy that takes pictures of I knew you'd appreciate it, Scott. I can know that you're laughing. It's about a guy that used to, whenever he had a girlfriend, he'd get a photo of them at the same spot, and so he'd take a photo of them and he'd put them in a photo album and just look at them. But it's the same spot with all these different girls, and he just looked through this photo album. I presume he had a load of tissues with him while he was looking through it. I'm guessing it was that thing, but I don't know. But yeah, it's a classic little song. It's a very acousticy and that. But yeah, there you go. That's Holidays in Eden. Great album.
You're right there, guys.
All right.
No worries.
Okay.
I said it's Scott's turn. So if you want,
I was listening in the background. I've got Marillion playing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Because Cover My Eyes came up like 4th track on this album, and I'm like, what? And here I had put disc 2 in of the so it was like bonus track. It was like a different cut or whatever. So all right, go ahead, Scott. How about you for Holidays in Eden?
All right, here we go. Holidays in Eden. So I don't need to show them. You guys have seen them. One, I want to bitch a tiny bit about these. While these are really cool, I love the documentaries. I love the book. Man, when they cheap out on the frickin' CDs and they put all the B-sides on the Blu-ray.
That was not cool.
How often are you putting a Blu-ray in to listen to? Like, you're never going to listen to that. So
yeah,
you got to keep the old one to have the disc of the actual B-sides, but whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, on to the album. Yeah, I think the Chris Neal producing is a big part of this album, because
for sure.
As you can tell on the bonus disc, Splintering Heart was quite different. Especially the beginning, it had like a repeating guitar riff that they took out for the album, and there's a song called "The Epic," which is kind of like 100 Nights, parts of 100 Nights, parts of This Town, but very proggy.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of like sectioned off the sections and made them kind of into different songs that ran together.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could tell that this was like, EMI was like, come on, boys, we need some hits.
We need hits. Exactly. We need big hits.
So for me, now I wanted to make a disclaimer. I don't hate any Marillion album. But spoiler, this is near the bottom of my list.
Wow.
I think it has a great beginning and a great ending, and the middle is just meh. I love Splintering Heart. Cover My Eyes is like, I think a perfect pop song. It's just freaking amazing. The Party I love also, great vibe to that one. Then when we hit the the love song middle section. No One Can. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Holidays in Eden, that's like a B-level song to me. I like it enough, but just where it sits in the album, sandwiched between a bunch of stuff I don't care about.
Yeah.
Kind of colors it to me. Dry Land, that was reading the book separated out, and I think they cover it in the documentary here too. Like, this was the first album where they had to write an album fully together, and H was super frustrated. He was like, "What is going on? Why can't we just make an album?" And they had to send him home because he wasn't used to how long it took.
Oh yeah.
So he brought in Dry Land as like, well, we can do this. We can do this song that's already done. So that was, I think, was it How We Live? Was that the band that he was in?
The
something
Europeans.
like that.
I thought it was the Europeans.
No,
It was one of
it's
them.
After.
How We Live's the one that song was on. Yeah.
Okay. And then Waiting to Happen, I mean, as far as a ballad goes, it's my favorite of, that kind of string, but it's fine. But then, like, the end trilogy, I really love, and I think that's classic Marillion material, even though it's kind of popped up a bit from what the original incarnation of it was. Yeah, and John mentioned The Collection, which is just a great creepy song. Like, is this guy a serial killer or just creepy? Or yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say about this. Yeah, it's a good album, but it's near the bottom for me.
Okay, interesting, because I have a different perspective of this album. When it came out, I hated it because I just was like, I'm out. They're a pop band. They're just this, like, they're trying really hard to be Radiohead or something, and they're not nearly as good at the time as Radiohead. But I drove down to Baltimore, back and forth to Baltimore twice over the last weekend. And I listened to all four of these first ones 2 times. And I have to say, I really, really like this album. It's a great pop rock album. It is not a prog album. Very little prog, anyways. It's not a heavy album. It's, I will say, Splintering Heart, man, when it finally builds and Hogarth kicks in, or not Hogarth, Rothery kicks in, man. There's that amazing guitar tone, that killer, excuse me, Misplaced Childhood sound on it. The guitar is just so good, man. And it's a great atmospheric building, then releasing, then building, then releasing, because it's almost 7 minutes long. And it's a fucking killer song. And then, man, I don't care what anybody says. I'm getting old. I guess I'm getting sappy, man. I love Cover My Eyes, man. I just love it. There you go. There's my first Hogarth impression. Love that section. It's so good, man. The Party, another killer, great track. You're right. No One Can's kind of doesn't really build, or it doesn't give you much, but it's not horrible. It's a good song. It's just kind of good. I do like Holidays in Eden. It's kind of the prog song. Man, listen to the solo in Splintering Heart right now, man. Fuck, it's good. God, I love Steve Rothery. Love Steve Rothery, man. What a sound. Dry Land, yeah, it's okay. It's not great. Waiting to Happen, I love that song. This Town's okay. It's short, so it's not really that consequential. It's only like 3 minutes long. Rake's Progress is kind of the intro to 100 Nights, which is, again, the other, I would say, the big prog rock song on the album. It's almost 7 minutes. I like this album a lot. I really do. And was kind of shocked. It's in my upper half. I was kind of surprised. Man, if only for the first 3 songs and the last song. It's just, Splintering Heart is just fucking balls out epic song, man. It's so good. I'm just listening to it right now. I'm just like, I can't barely talk. It's so incredible. But yeah, it was clearly, you're right. Clearly EMI was like, hey man, we really need some big hits. We really need some big hits. And, the singles, Cover My Eyes, No One Can, and Dry Land were released. The first preceding the album, Cover My Eyes, was a rewrite of Hogarth's How We Live, as you say, a song called Simon's Car. And Dry Land had previously been the title track of How We Live's only album, released in 1987. I didn't know about that band. I guess that was after the Europeans, obviously. And then, the cool thing, the interesting thing, I guess, too, about Cover My Eyes is the very U2 beginning, right? It's got that, where the streets have no name sort of vibe going on. They weren't stupid, man. They know what was selling around that time, right? But yeah, I love this album. Love it. So, all right. Hey, Phil, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to move on to Scott. I'll bring you up here and we'll bring you over. And then let me do a few little notes here on the next album, which will be, come on now, the album Brave. And Brave came out February 7th, 1994. There was a 2-disc edition. Then it came out in October of 98. That was recorded as Chateau. I'm not even going to try it. Somewhere in France, obviously. Rambrassa, Chateau de Marouette. Chateau de Marouette. The single disc version is 71 minutes long. The 2-disc version is 123. Man, that's a lot of music. This was done by Dave Meegan, and it came out in EMI in Europe and IRS Records in the United States. Dave Meegan, best known for his work with Marillion. He was the engineer on Fugazi. He also trained under Trevor Horn. That could kind of tell you something. Pretty notorious producer there. He also did engineering sessions for the Joshua Tree and for you too. So, Scott, let's talk about Brave.
All right. I've got the 2-disc one pulled out here, and then the fancy new edition. This does have a Steven Wilson remix that I think is worth hearing. I think he really does bring out a lot of things you hadn't heard before and emphasize things that were kind of in the background. So this is one of the few remixes that when I listen to Brave now, I tend to listen to the remix. So this is their Prague Epic with Steve Hogarth. Based on a radio or a news story on the radio that Steve Hogarth heard about a girl about to jump off a bridge and nobody knew who she was, and they were just giving details, trying to get some information about who this girl could be, and then Steve Hogarth spun that into this story. As far as the concept goes, it's really cool until they kind of like veer off and do other things and then kind of come back to it. This one I ranked very, very high early on. It's kind of fallen a little bit. Bridge and into Living with a Big Lie. It all began with the bright light and the noise. That just gets me every time. It's such a freaking great opening to the story. And then Living with a Big Lie into Runaway, and then the long kind of proggy section. On here they have like 17 different titles for it. I think they just call it Goodbye to All That now. It goes into Mad and the Opium Den and all that. I love that whole section. And then we get into like Hard as Love and The Hollow Man. I'm like, I don't know. Like those seem kind of sandwiched in like songs that they had, or they couldn't really make fit into what they were doing. It felt like it should have been like B-sides or something. Then we get back in Lap of Luxury is amazing. And then Paper Lies again. We're kind of like, what? Now we're talking about newspapers and okay. And then Brave into The Great Escape and the big ending where the girl's on the bridge. And there's actually 2 endings. You guys probably know. The original vinyl release, side 4 had 2 grooves. So one groove plays through like the CD. You get The Great Escape into Falling from the Moon and then Made Again. And then the other groove, you get The Great Escape with like a kind of a different ending, and then you just hear water sounds for 10 minutes because she jumped off the bridge and she's dead.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I just thought that was neat. And then that is on the 2-disc, they do have that version of The Great Escape on there, so you can hear both endings. I think this was an important statement to make. That this is what they were doing. This is who they were. This is where they're going. I think it's a bit too long. I think we're in the period where we got to fill the CD.
Yes. Yep.
If this was like 50 minutes long, I think it would be amazing. But it's like 70, so
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of fat on here, but it's a great album. I can nitpick it, of course, but yeah, it's a great album and one of your classics for sure.
All right, Johnny.
Okay. Yeah, as you say, it's the they say it's the girl who didn't jump, didn't they? Because obviously that's the version that they kind of show, but it's nice that they can put the other one, isn't it? Yeah, it was done in some chateau, wasn't it? And they didn't they say they couldn't see any ghosts, but they could feel them. Reading the blurb in the the double disc, it's they could feel them down there, and it was, didn't they say it was like dark and impenetrable was the words that somebody used. Anyway, let's get on with the tracks. Yeah, I really like this album, by the way. And with Scott saying it started high and dropped with him, it started high and stayed high with me, but that's a
same here.
Spoilers. Obviously the intro and the apparently the silence at the start was recorded in some cave somewhere. They had a cave, didn't they? And that they had like
they went to some caves around Chateau Marillion in France.
A load of water sounds, and that where it all came from. And you say the splash at the end of a jumping in was them chucking a rock in or something in them off a little.
They also alleged that the Chateau, the studio they were doing, every band does this though. They claim that it was haunted. Jethro Tull did that with Chateau Disaster. I mean, which actually that might be Chateau Marmont. I have to look that up, but Bo, same thing.
Yeah, Living with a Big Lie. It's got a bit of swagger to it, a bit of a funk, bit of attitude. It's got a big sound. Run Away, Goodbye to All That, and as you say, you've got all the sort of the Opium Den and all that kind of thing, just all works in. Hard as Love is kind of a rocky number, that sort of thing. Alone Again, I love the chorus on that. It's got a cool guitar sound. It's got another great single. Got a confession, but every time I listen to it, I kind of that's when I stop writing stuff because I'm immersed in it. And 3 or 4 times I've had to go back. And by the time Brave comes in and Great Escape and all that, I'm not writing anything fucking down. I'm just listening to it and enjoying it. So that's as much as my notes go on that. And, I just put masterpiece at the end. So that's my take on it. It's not a bad album at all. So,
yeah, I think they felt they had to maybe kind of see if they could kind of muster the energy that they had for Misplaced with doing sort of a narrative concept album. There was enough success off of, we're into the 3rd album now with Hogarth. So there's the sense that, we have momentum. Maybe we didn't blow away the charts and rival Kaylee so much with Cover My Eyes or, the other singles out there, but the album did well. But they, in a weird way, decided to go the full antithesis of Holidays in Eden. They wanted to go back to, hey, we want to do a prog rock sort of thing, but we more emphasis on the rock than the prog, maybe a little bit with this album, because you're not getting 6 minutes keyboard solos or lengthy guitar solos. You're still getting vocal dominated tracks for the most part with some atmospheric interlinking things, right, that are going on, right? Instrumental pieces. So I actually have to be honest here. As I was not buying vinyl back then at all, I'd stopped buying vinyl, early mid 80s probably, because I was always in my car. I wanted to be driving to going out with my buds or hitting the bars or going out with chicks. I had no desire to be chained to the house to have to flip a record. So when my viewpoint's changing a little bit now, but I still do want portability with my music, right? And I do prefer the CD versus an MP3 device. Well, now it's all streaming anyways, but I mean, it's just so weird to have come from the era when 8-track tapes were the rage, which I had a bunch of those, to now where we are, we just plug our fucking phone in. We don't even have to, all this shit that I own here, it's kind of stupid. In a weird way, it's just stupid, but that's not going to change me. It just is what it is, right? But I had not bought the album, Scott, so I did not honestly know. Until you said that, I didn't know about that. How weird is that? Now, I'm thinking that does the CD version have just the one ending?
The version I have is the 2-disc. You probably have that one, right?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
So it is called, on here, on the second disc at the end, is called The Great Escape Spiral Remake. So that's the other version.
That's the other version. Okay, all right, yeah. But actually, when it first came out on the initial CD, you got one ending.
Yeah.
Which I believe was that she didn't jump, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so.
Yeah. So I really didn't know about that. Now, of course, I've listened to those demos or the other version many, many, many moons ago, and I didn't have time to go back and listen to every single song on all the album, like all the working demos and all that stuff. It's actually something I think I will do, though, because that really does, while it's not anything that you're going to ever like pop in regularly, usually, it does give you a real sort of sense of a work in progress type thing about how it was developing and shaping into form as a finished product. Also, we should note too, and I believe it's on, I'm sure it's on here. Let me look. I'm sure it's on. Actually, is it? There is a 50-minute film version of Braille.
Yeah, it's not on there.
It's not on there. Yeah, weird.
I think they're embarrassed of it.
Oh, are they?
I have it here.
Did you ever see it? I'm sure it's
haven't.
on YouTube somewhere. Okay. VHS, right?
This DVD.
A DVD.
It did make it to DVD.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of, like you said, it's kind of a cut down version of the album as a long, not full length film, but long form music video. I don't know. It's fine. I watched it.
I've never actually. If I've seen that, I don't recall. Seeing it, but that came out in '95, February '95. The film takes the downer ending presented in the second group, meaning she jumped.
Yep.
And it's interesting to note, Hand Cannot Erase kind of took a similar sort of thing with Steven Wilson's album about a woman that, he wrote that narrative about that woman that, nobody knew she was dead for 3 years in her apartment. She mummified and shit. So, yeah, I love this album. I'm not going to pick it apart track by track because you really do kind of got to listen to it as a whole. I'm definitely higher on than Scott, probably around where Johnny is. I love Runaway. I love Living the Big Lie. Hard as Love is great. Hollow Man's great. Alone again in the lap of luxury. Good song. The Great Escape. That medley of The Great Escape, The Last of You, and Falling from the Moon into Made Again. Really fucking killer closing, man. Absolutely killer closing. Is there a little fat in here? Maybe a little bit. And like you said, Scott, I think you nailed it. This is the time frame now where the CD has taken over. The CD is king. The album is starting to fade into obscurity for a while. And every band has to put 77 minutes on a fucking CD. And I think back in the day, like I think back to when I was buying, I'm like, oh, kick ass, man. I get all this material. Now I look back and go, oh, man, where's the edit button? Like this should not have been on there or that, It just was the symptom of the times, right? And now we're kind of back to bands doing 40. I think that the album was the proper format, 42, 46 minutes. You're in today's day and age, especially with these things and 24/7 bombardment of every fucking thing in the world. It's hard to focus for more than that time. Most people's brain capacity just starts to. I think everybody's a little ADD, like by nature. That's just the human condition. But when you're just overwhelmed with this shit, really hard to focus for. You hear me, Mike Portnoy? Just kidding. Love you, Mike. Want you to come on the show. Yeah, I love this album, and you'll be able to you'll know when we get to the end here. And
I just pulled this out when you're talking about the demos and whatnot.
Yeah, I have that too.
The 2-disc making of.
Yep, I have that one too. Yep.
Like you said, nothing you're gonna jam normally, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's cool to listen to where it came from.
Yeah.
And but I probably listened to this 2 times in my whole life.
Yeah, I think me too.
It's not one of those things that you're gonna go back and be like, oh yeah, I love the false stop there and the false ending right there. And you're just not gonna do it. So, and I apologize, guys. I haven't eaten all day, so I'm munching on peanuts.
No problem.
Peanuts. I said peanuts. Just saying, I said peanuts. Sound like I said penis. Anyway,
you don't want anyone to say that word from the 90s.
Yeah, right. Okay, moving on. Scott, I'll leave you up. Wait, were you first or Johnny?
I think it's John's turn.
Okay, give me a sec, Johnny.
Okay.
Afraid of Sunlight is the 8th studio album from Marillion. Was released June 26, 1995. This was recorded at the Racket Club. What's the Racket Club, you might ask? In Buckinghamshire, England. The Racket Club is Marillion's personal studio. It's their enclave that they've built. Who knows what it looks like? You can see the inside on a lot of the documentaries. I've never seen the outside. Could be somebody's garage for all I know. I don't know. Probably is. They have their offices there too, so probably a little bigger than just a garage, but you never know. So it was the first studio album to fail to reach the top 10 in the UK album charts, peaking at number 16 and falling out of the top 75 after 2 weeks. Despite this, Afraid of Sunlight became one of the band's most critically acclaimed albums, was included in Q Magazine's Recording of the Year for 95, was retrospectively described by Jerry Montasano of AllMusic as the peak of Marillion's growing impressive body of work, and by colleague Jason Ankeny as the most consistent Marillion release to date. Although not a concept album as such, Afraid of Sunlight repeatedly examines the destructive side of celebrity. In particular, Gazpacho lampoons the Hollywood lifestyle and seems to refer to O.J. Simpson. Cannibal Surf Babe is a Beach Boys pastiche. Out of This World is dedicated to Worldland and World Speed record holder Donald Campbell, killed in 1967. Both Steve Hogarth and Rothery. Oh, never mind. Title track refers to self-destructive thrill seekers such as James Dean, while King is about Elvis Presley, Kurt Cobain, and Michael Jackson. Beyond You is reminiscent of Phil Spector's Wall of Sound production and in homage and was mixed in mono. So, I think that's good. Johnny.
Go. Nice. Well,
this is released by Dave Megan again. Sorry. Produced, I'm sorry. And on EMI. So go ahead.
That's the original CD that came out. I don't have any of the fancy versions, I'm afraid. This is just no double disc here.
Yeah,
just a single disc.
Two discs.
This is just a single one, but anyway. I like this album.
Johnny, do you feel inadequate? Just a little inadequate?
No, I don't. Fuck, I can't be asked. But I would like the Brave one. I'm gonna have to search that one out. You know, the 40th anniversary or whatever it is. I need to pick it out.
Well worth having.
I was a couple of years ago, I was trying to find the DVD, the actual movie, and I just couldn't find it anywhere. Just as you say, it's really hard to get hold of. But anyway, yeah. So no, I don't feel inadequate, honest. Afraid of Sunlight, Gazpacho, upbeat, very melodic, sort of another poppy track. Builds nicely. It's quite proggy-ish, and as you say, OJ Simpson, you get a bit of a radio thing about him. Is it the bit where they're chasing him? The famous chase on the freeway where?
Yeah.
I think it's that.
Probably.
Cannibal Surf Babe.
Which, by the way, just as an aside, you talking about OJ? The chase happened on my wedding day.
No way.
I went in to check the game 7 of the NBA playoffs was that same day as well. It was Houston Rockets for my team. They were playing the New York Knicks, and they didn't have the game on. They had the fucking chase on. I'm like, God damn it, get this shit off. I want to see the score of the game. This is before cell phones, so you couldn't check the scores or anything. But that I should have took that as a precursor for my marriage. Go ahead, man.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing, Jeff. I'd say Cannibal Surf Babe. I love the Beach Boys bit at the start. Plopper, I think it's one of the heaviest things they've done up to that time. It's really chunky. It's got that cool lift to it. Great song. It's almost like got a bit of a proggy breakdown in the middle, which I quite like. Beautiful, does what it says on the tin. Just fucking beautiful, isn't it? Wonderful song. Possibly is I think it's one of their best ballads for me. Flayed Sunrise, excellent acoustic, very melodic. Out of This World starts off slow, very moody, got a cool solo. Builds quite a bit. That's the Donald Campbell one, apparently. The Land Speed record dude. Played a Sunlight, absolutely epic. The piano stuff. They said that because I had that Marillion.co.uk thing, and they had the live versions. When I bought this, I think it was one of the first CDs when I was going back to getting the H stuff. This is one of the first ones I picked up because I love the song so much. Absolutely beautiful song. The piano stuff, it's epic. It's building. It just builds to that chorus. H's voice is just absolutely glorious. Beyond You, another building track that builds. So they're starting to get their trademark sound to me of starting slow with sort of H's voice and that sort of thing, and then they just seem to build them. And the thing is, when you don't get that, you're disappointed. You go, well, hang on a minute, this just stayed the same all the way through. It's shit. I like it when you build to a proper. Been spoiled, I guess. King, as you say, absolute brilliant stuff. Cool guitar riff. They got the radio chatter in there. I think that's a bit Tom Petty-ish for me, but that's what I hear. Everybody hears something slightly different. It's got that poppy rocky vibe to it.
A little bit.
Album, really cool.
Yeah, Scott.
All right. Well, unlike some people, I've got the cool version.
Yeah, I do too, and I will tell you, this is the only one I paid. This is the only one I paid a pretty penny for. This one was expensive for me. I missed it on first go round, so I actually paid $68 for this. Well worth it though.
That's more than I paid getting it shipped from England from Marillion themselves.
No shit.
Now this one, so like I explained, I'm a newcomer compared to you guys, but I did pretty much listen to stuff in order. So I got Brave, listened to that a bunch, and then got Afraid of Sunlight. So after Brave, this seemed like really kind of slight and not, I don't know. What is the word I would use? Because Brave was such like a monumental total work. And this just felt, now this is my initial reaction. This just felt like, it's just a bunch of stuff. Like, who cares? Now I've really come around. This ranks real high for me now.
I was gonna say, man, that would have blown my mind if it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm explaining my process. we learn as we grow. Gazpacho, just what a fantastic song. And I feel like it's not appreciated as much as it could be, which kind of makes it even more special. Cannibal Surf Babe, that was one that initially I didn't like, but it's definitely won me over. It's a fun song, beautiful. I mean, how could you have a better ballad than that?
Yep.
Afraid of Sunrise is I really think it's a really interesting idea to have almost like a reprise to a song that hasn't happened yet on the album.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time through, I was like, "What is this?" And then it kind of made sense the next time, but not really. But I got my head around it. And then like side 2, Out of This World, freaking amazing, and a great example of a song actually affecting the world, like inspiring somebody to find Donald Campbell's wreck, and just a very emotional song. Afraid of Sunlight, freaking classic. I don't know what I can even say about it. Beyond You, I like that they went with that, trying to recreate like the Phil Spector wall of sound on that. And then King, I loved it initially, but it wasn't until I saw them live that I felt like I really understood it. Live, I don't know, Jeff, if they did this when you saw them, but like they start and H has got his guitar and he's like holding it up in the air, and it's like the end of the concert.
Yep.
And then it all comes down, and then the song starts. Like, oh, okay, now I get what the song is about.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's fantastic.
They did that when they ended with that when I saw them on Fear.
Okay. I knew they varied up the set list, so I didn't know what you saw or not.
Yeah, let me double check. I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, and as far as this bonus disc, this is one you could skip. It's got a couple B-sides that are obviously just like jams, and then some demos that don't really do much. So, what's on here? Oh, a live show. So yeah, get this version.
I'm trying to remember. Actually, King was the end of the first set before they came back out.
Okay.
They ended with This Strange Engine, actually, as Encore 2. And they did the whole El Dorado suite.
Nice.
Actually, no, King was next to last before Neverland. All right, well, that kind of makes sense. Neverland being possibly one of the greatest songs ever written. Yeah, so this one, I'm trying to remember. After Brave, I was really into Brave a lot because it was kind of the proggy Marillion, and by this time I'd kind of been okay with Hogarth as the front man. I was accepting, but I do recall hearing let me pull what I do with it. What the hell did I do with it? I hate that, man. I set shit down and I'm like, oh, there it is. Yeah, just real quick as an aside. So when these were coming out, I was grabbing them pretty much when they were coming out. I don't remember when this one came out. It was at least 4, maybe 5 years ago, somewhere in that range. 4 anyways, probably. And I just missed it, completely missed it. And when I saw it up on Amazon for like $50, I'm like, I'll grab it somewhere along the line. I don't need it right this minute. I have the double disc version. And then suddenly it just disappeared. And from what I understand, it went out of print. I think this one has not been repressed. And I don't know when, maybe not long ago, man, maybe 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when I started thinking about doing this, I'm like, man, I got to own this. I got to get this. And some appeared on eBay on that fucking, what are they called? Mars. Music Mars, something Mars. What is it? Movie Mars. Yeah.
Mars.
Yeah. And they were 68. I'm like, fuck, man, are you serious? And I'm just like, God damn it. That's like, but it is a 4 CD with the Blu-ray. So I justified it by saying, well, it's about $13 a piece or whatever. I can handle that, that's how I do things like an idiot, I'm getting 5 discs, so it's only like 13 a piece or 12 a piece or whatever. But I'm glad I grabbed it. fact, I haven't even watched the documentary yet. So I love this album, man. It's very high on my rankings, obviously. Gazpacho, incredible song. I agree with you, man. They play it a lot live, though, from what I recall. They regularly play it live.
Recently, we have,
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of people fucking are like, Cannibal Surf Babe, what a dumb song. I fucking love that song, man. I was born in 1960, weird. I'm your nightmare surfer babe. You know, it's just so fucking so. You know, it's got the fucking Beach Boys thing. Awesome fucking tune, man. Amazing song. Beautiful. Oh, man. It's right there with Easter, man. It's right there. Right there with Easter and Lavender. I mean, just stellar fucking amazingly. And again, a Steve Hogarth vibe. It just, you need him singing this song. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful. Afraid of Sunrise. Like you said, it's kind of almost like the coda, or should be a coda, right? But it's pre, and it's a neat little acoustic thing for the most part, basically. And then Afraid of Sunlight, man. Oh my God, dude. Jesus Christ. That fucking song kicks my fucking teeth in. Not because it's heavy, because it's just so fucking incredibly epic, man. I mean, the lines, so so when he goes, so how do we now come? Whatever, I can't remember how he does it. And then he goes, afraid of sunlight. It's so emotive and so intensely beautiful, man. It's just one of those moments that they put on tape that is unforgettable for me. And I can't remember. Let me look real quick. I gotta believe they did that live, but I don't remember it weirdly. Yeah, they did it. 7th song, yeah. And I gotta believe I was probably damn near in tears listening to that, man, because I mean the set list that I have here was I'll come back to it. Because it was in shit. Hang on one sec. Yeah, here we go. It was because I'm 99% sure they did the same set list, right? I would think. I saw him in DC. It was November. Where are you? Come on, man. Here it is. 930 Club. So they did Invisible Man, which we didn't even get to yet. Power, which is killer. Living in Fear. Sounds That Can't Be Made. Wave. Mad, Afraid of Sunlight. Sugar Mice. The New Kings. King, Neverland, El Dorado, and then This Strange Engine. And I think it was a 3-hour show, pretty close to. Fucking insanely good. Just amazing. And then this album rounds out. Again, Afraid of Sunlight, though, is just, to me, it's the banger of all bangers on this album. And there's a lot of bangers on it. Beyond You, that's a nice track. Probably the weakest track on the album for me. And then you've got King. And, man, it's so and it builds and builds and builds and builds until it just starts punching you in the face, man. It's such a killer song. Love that song. Love it. Love that album. And yeah, we'll move on. We'll talk about where it ends up in the end there when we get to that point. So next up, we've got this album. You can see some of my water damage there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I don't know if I'll replace these. Probably not. But, you can see I could probably pound nails with that thing. It's so hard.
Yeah.
Which is a bummer. But, oh well. And this comes out. Johnny, are you up or Scott? You're up, right?
Scott.
Yeah.
It's Scott next.
You're going to have to remind me. I'm terrible at remembering stuff like that. There was an album in the middle there, a live album called Made Again, which is here.
AKA Contractual Obligation.
Exactly. I forgot I had these too. You guys probably have these. La Gaza Ladra.
Oh, yeah.
the last Big Fish live album, I believe. So this Strange Engine comes out. Kind of cool artwork. I kind of dig that artwork. It's kind of mysterious looking. And that comes out. Hang on, I'm getting there. Ninth studio album comes out 97, April 9th, 97, Japan, April 21st in the UK and the rest of the world, April 21st. Came out on Raw Power because now they are on they're not. No, they're still on EMI, right? No, I guess they're not.
They're not.
No, this is the first non-EMI album. So the contract ran out and the big money ran out too.
Yeah.
So Raw Power put this.
I think that this is the obviously the European UK version. I think this is Castle Communications.
Right. Raw Power is a
is that a subsidiary?
Mine says Eagle Rock. Eagle is part of Castle. So I'm not sure where Raw Power is. Let me see something. Raw Power is probably it's an imprint of Castle Communications.
Yeah, my version's Eagle Rock.
What's that?
My version's Eagle Rock.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's an imprint of Castle. And basically on here they're just talking about it was the first of the 3 recordings that Marillion made under the contract with Castle after being dropped by EMI in 95 and before eventually going independent in 2000, which we'll get to then. So they were on EMI for 8 records and then 3 records with Raw Power is the imprint that they were produced on. But Raw Power probably, what's yours say on there, Johnny?
Castle Communications, mine's actual Castle itself. So,
let me pull that up a minute. I'm gonna look at that.
It's the same, but mine.
Let me see the front of it. Same cover. Okay.
Same cover.
Put it up real close. I want to see. Nah, the white. Go to the other side. There you go, right there.
That bit.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it is different from mine. Mine says Castle. Mine says Eagle Rock up top, which I know Eagle Rock's an imprint in the U.S. I think that's probably what it is.
Yeah, this is printed in England, so this is the
English,
the UK one because I'm in the UK.
There you go. So you're not as inferior. We have the U.S. version, so there you go.
USA.
Yeah, right.
Fuck yeah.
Real quick here. Marillion then self-produced, no producers now. Without promotional efforts of a major record label, this Strange Engine continued the decline in mainstream success from Marillion, reaching only number 27 in the UK album charts and staying there for only 3 weeks. It sold significantly better in the Netherlands, which they always do, home of one of the band's most loyal audiences, peaking at number 10. 2 singles from the album released, Man of a Thousand Faces in 80 days. It was the first time in the band's history no song cracked the UK top 40. The first single reached number 98. Second one failed to even track. The 4th track, Estonia, was written after singer Hogarth met Paul Barney, the only British survivor of the sinking of the cruise ferry Estonia in the Baltic Sea in September of 94, which killed 852 people. This is the only song of Marillion's to feature a balalaka. That's a stringed instrument. Title track is a tribute to by Hogarth to his father, a marine engineer and an officer. The senior Hogarth sacrificed his life at sea for a job in a coal mine so he could be close to his family. Wow, I did not know that. That's heavy. All right, jump into it, buddy.
Scott, you want to put Scott up fully?
Oh,
Scott,
right.
wasn't it? You just put me up to show that.
I'm a mess. I'm not even drunk. I drank 1 beer, but I'm like fucking stupid here.
All right. So yeah, we're in the wilderness years now. No EMI. In the separated out book, which is an authorized book, so it's from their point of view. They claim that they weren't.
Can you still get that? Can you get that book?
I don't know. It originally came out in 2002, and then there was a new version that I have in 2012.
I need to get that.
And that's when I got it, so I don't know if it's still available.
I'll have to look on
separated out.
Okay, I'll have to look on their website and see if it's still available.
So they claim they weren't exactly dropped. They just didn't like the terms of what their deal would have been. So whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think that is the truth, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is a great. I think this is a great first step into their independence. Not perfect, but Man of a Thousand Faces,
Oh,
friggin' amazing,
so
and
good.
and live even better. Just like the rounds, like call and response part at the end. I've been at shows where it's gone on for like 12 minutes. Just words are failing me, which isn't good when I'm supposed to be talking about an album. But yeah, Man of a Thousand Faces, incredible. One Fine Day, it's a nice song. I like it. Nothing I would put on a top playlist or anything. Kind of the same with 80 Days. It's neat. The band claims that nobody likes it. They say they wrote it for the fans, and the fans don't like it. I don't know.
Oh, I
think
like it.
I think it's
I
pretty
like it
good.
a lot.
All right, here's my hot take for this album. Estonia can fucking get lost forever.
It's kind of boring. Kind of boring.
This is the band obviously loves this song. I want to say, I don't know how many times I've seen them, over 20, and I want to say they've played it at like at least 15 of the shows I've been to. Enough already. We get it. Yeah, it's just kind of boring. I don't know. I know it's emotional, but for some reason, they have tons of songs that can make me cry. This song just bores me to tears.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of it's a non-starter. It's just kind of boring.
Yeah. I do like Memory of Water. I think it's a really cool little like acoustic-y song. I really like the Big Beat remix. I don't know if you've heard it. It's on.
Probably have. I just don't recall.
It's on the These Chains single. But it just totally transforms the song. It goes from like 3 minutes to like I think 6 or 7. There's an awesome repeating guitar riff throughout, and the drums are going crazy. Like it totally transforms the song, and they do perform that version live sometimes. So if you haven't heard that, I would definitely recommend checking it out. Accidental Man, it's kind of there. It doesn't do much for me. Hope for the Future, kind of the same. But This Strange Engine, if I had to pick a Marillion song, this might be it. Just the emotion of the lyrics and Steve Hogarth going through basically his whole childhood, and then going into his father having to give up his dreams to raise his family, and then just the guitar solo near the end is just maybe my favorite Rothbury guitar solo.
Amazing solo, yeah.
Incredible ending. I can't say enough about this 16-minute song that I'm never bored with. I'm always along for the whole ride. There was a point where I'd seen them a few times where I was like, I hope they don't play This Strange Ending because it's long. I'd rather hear a couple new songs. And then but then they start playing it, and I'm like, nope, I want to hear this. It's one of my favorites. So, yeah, I guess as an album, totally, I find it a little bit spotty, but it has such high highs that I just really like it.
That's a good take. Good take. I'm not as high on TSE as you, but I do like it. I'm just not as high on it.
Okay.
I think they do better epics coming up soon. Johnny.
Right. Well, I got as we know, we've seen it. Sorry,
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be listening.
Hey, yeah.
I thought this was quite disappointing for me. I bought them in a big bunch, and this was the last one I bought when I was when I went to get some H stuff. And I think because it came after A Fade of Sunlight, and I loved it so much, I bought them in order. And as you
a little bit of a letdown,
them sort of people, you listen to them in order when they came out because that makes more sense.
Right.
And it just, as you say, it just seemed a bit of a letdown. It's not at the bottom or anything like that. It's not low down, but it's.
I'll be honest with you, it's a mid-range album for me, but it does. As Scott said, the high highs are really high. The lows are kind of forgettable.
Yeah, exactly. Man of a Thousand Faces, absolutely brilliant.
Killer.
Acoustic, mid-paced pop rock again. It reminded me a little bit of John Cougar Mellencamp, but in a good way. It was a single. I think it had a piano solo in it as well. I don't know. There's something about that it's just that's what popped into my head, which is a fucking weird place to be in my head. One Fan Day, the slow ballad. Remind me a little. It's got like a bit of swing, a bit of swing into it, and then goes into a solo. It's got a little bit of a Beatles sort of groove. Estonia, I just put folky sound. I'm not a fan of it. 80 Days, I just put pop rock acoustic, nice catchy chorus. We've got to switch with Estonia. Yeah, Estonia does nothing for me either. Memory of Water, I love it. Great song because you start off with H, and then I think it's like, I don't know if it's like keys or the violin comes in.
Yeah,
just a nice sound, builds lovely. Great song. Accidental Man, it starts off with a cool riff and then builds more of a rocky sound. It's even got like a sort of slows down a bit, and you got like a reggae sound to it, which is a bit odd. Kind of took me out the song a bit. Hope for the Future, nice bass line, almost like a Walk on the Wild Side kind of vibe, and then it went into like a bit Paul Simony, and then almost Jethro Tull, because I think there's a bit of flute in there or something.
Yeah.
And then The Strange Engine is absolutely brilliant. As you say, it's not my favorite epic H. Marillion song, but it's certainly very good. It's as I said, they seem to do good title tracks, and this again is another awesome title track. Great song to finish with, finish the album with. It's got a nice piano bass behind it, and then all the guitars come in. It's got some great riffs, and yet again another awesome Steve Hogarth solo. So yeah, it's a good, solid Marillion album. It just, for me, because it comes after Fade of Sunlight, it's a little bit
anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's one of them. So that's where it fits for me anyway. So
I agree. Yeah, I am right there with you. Man of a Thousand Faces. Man of a Thousand Faces, banger. Killer song. I'm a man of a thousand faces. Da 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 da. Just what's the lyrics here? I have it. Yeah, I'm a man of a thousand faces. Little piece of me in every part I take. I hold the tape for 1,000 races, a different point of view in every speech I make. Cut me a piece of my divided soul. Cry me a river, call it rock and roll. Give me an attitude and watch me make it lie. Pass me a microphone. I need to testify. It's just a great Hogarth, like, sort of,
yeah.
This is me. I'm here. This is me. I can be this, all these things. And it's just a killer song. One of my favorites of theirs. One Fine Day is pretty slow, man. It kind of drags for me. I really love 80 Days. All over the world in 80 days. It's just a great track. Love that song. It's very poppy, but I think it's a great song. Agree. Estonia, man, like, too long. Could have been an okay 4-minute track, but it's 8 minutes. Too long. Memory of Water is beautiful. Could have been a 6-minute track, but it's only 3 minutes. Beautiful melody on that. Accidental Man, it doesn't do a whole lot for me. Hope for the Future, and This Strange Engine, yeah, you're not gonna like this guy. I could see that being an 8 or 9 minute song. Okay. I just feel like it just drags in the middle somewhat. I know he's trying to tell this tale, and it's a really gripping sort of story. I just feel like it's long, but I will agree with you, man. The Rothery solo on it, absolutely out of this fucking world. One of his very best. So good. This is a middling album for me when we get to our rundown. But it's not way low. It's kind of right around the center. Because there's so much good stuff that came out. And Johnny was saying when you stepped out, Scott, that this album coming on the heels of Afraid of Sunlight was kind of anticlimactic in a lot of ways.
I can see that.
And I think, you hit it between you and Johnny. There's that, and the other side of it, which would be the negative. On the positive side, there is the highs are really high on this album. The low, or the middling stuff. There is some filler. There's some filler, or tracks that maybe not necessarily are filler, but they're just mediocre tracks from Marillion. And when you kind of expect greatness all the time, it's hard to reach that peak, as we'll see coming up, right? So we'll move on to one of those albums right now, actually. A couple of them, really, actually. Radiation comes out. Where are you at, Jeff? Come on now. There we go. This is the 10th studio album by Marillion. It was recorded at Racket Club between November 97 and June 98. It was co-produced and mixed by Stuart Every. The album was remixed by Michael Hunter in September to November 2012. I heard the remix is better. I do not own it, so you can go into that, Scott, if you want. I did not listen to it. It was reissued, remastered in 2013. They decided to experiment with different instrument tones, vocal effects, samples, making transitions between songs by cutting and pasting pieces from elsewhere in the album. The album recording progressed. There was a desire for a new sound on this album, according to Rothery, and not to repeat themselves. The first element wanted a different guitar sound. They placed a band on digital delay and chorus, which had been Rothery's sound for years. Yeah. Not a good move, Steve. Just saying. Sorry, man. That's your bread and butter. Also, he borrowed a Gretsch from Dave Gregory from XTC and played a harmony guitar on the bluesy Born to Run. And Mark Kelly used a Roland JP8000 and analog synth, which was very versatile, and he placed a band on string sets. Pete Trolavis used quite a lot of his old Rickenbacker fuzz basses on the album. I think we got enough there. Let's move into Johnny.
Yep.
Radiation.
Yeah, well, I have got the new version. This is the 2013 remix, which has got both on it, which I thought was worth having.
Oh, I might do that. I might grab that.
As I said, because it's got the original on it, it's just 2 discs. There's no booklet or anything, which is a bit cheap if you ask me.
Yeah.
No booklet, no shite.
Well, you can have my book. You can't open it, but you can have my book.
But yeah,
it's glued shut like a. Go ahead.
New cover's quite nice as well.
Yeah, I like that reimagining. That's pretty cool looking.
When I first heard this, as I said, I've lost my original copy.
Very, very Photoshoppy though.
Yeah, the original one like that I had. Yeah, as you say, the sound's not the best, and it didn't quite work for me. As you say, that different guitar sound just wasn't having it. But recently, I've been listening to this 2013 version, and I actually quite like it. It's gone up a lot higher than I thought it would. As you say, they've gone for the completely different sound, and I should hate it, but I don't. I actually quite like I think I respect what they've done with it more than possibly the album itself, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And whether in my head I'm saying, well, I need to. When I was doing my ranking, it's higher than some albums that you think it shouldn't be, and I may revisit it. I don't know, but Costa del Slough. What's the point? That's all I've got to say about that. Under the Sun, there's quite a bluesy rocker. It's got some quite a heavy chorus. It's almost got a metal solo. It's almost like he's decided to do a heavy metal solo in there, which
that's a heavy rocker, man. And I love that chorus, that Under the Sun. He starts to really use that falsetto a lot on this album. And it's good.
So as I said, after ignoring Costa del Slough, that came in, and I'm quite digging it. As I said, the remix is a lot better. Answer the Machine was quite a fast one. It's quite proggy. It's got a proggy sound to it, I thought, which was nice to have back again. 3 Minute Boy, I just got it down as like a classic Marillion track. It builds nicely. It's got a good solo in it. It's a little bit bluesy. I quite liked it. Now She'll Never Know, I've just put an acoustic ballad. It's all right. It's not the best one they've done. It's another ballad.
That's
almost like they felt they had to put it on there.
Well, no, I kind of disagree. I think it's a pretty beautiful ballad. That's the one track on the album. Go ahead.
These Change was the single. It's got. I couldn't work out why it was a single, to be honest, and apparently did quite well. But it's got like an orchestral chorus in it. It's okay. It's got a good solo in it again. Born to Run. That reminds me of Gary Moore blues guitar. The sound is that sort of bluesy Gary Moore thing for me. Yeah, it's just a blues track, which is it's almost like when Fish decides to do a bluesy one, it takes you out a little bit. But there you go. Cathedral Wall. It's got like it reminded me of the band Garbage. Do you remember Garbage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
has that sort of indie vibe to it, and I don't know whether it's the production or whatever, but that's what it did for me. And as I said, I like that sampler thing again. There's a demo version or a live version of Cathedral Wall, and it sounds nothing at all like this version, which I quite liked. It was different again. I think
they're using a little bit of sampling technology on this for a start.
Yeah. Few Words for the Dead. It's quite experimental, and then it kind of, you think to yourself, oh, here we go, they're messing up here, but then they kind of switch it a bit, and it's another epic closer, but not as good as a lot of the others. So yeah, I don't know whether it was a breath of fresh air after The Strange Engine to me, and it is very different, and I can see why you go, yeah, it's just a collection of average Marillion songs, I suppose it is. But I just like the fact it was a bit different for me. So yeah, it's quite high, and I quite liked it.
Cool, cool. I'm glad to hear that, because I'm going to be the opposite.
I'm sure Scott will as well.
Pretty harshly.
Well, this years ago would have been at the bottom for me. This is my original used copy I got that I barely ever listened to because I just considered it meh. What kind of changed my mind was seeing them live a few times. Whenever they play a song from here, I would be super into it. And then eventually it occurred to me, wait, I like all of these songs. Why don't I like the album?
Yeah.
The production is not good. It's just not pleasant to listen to. It sounds kind of harsh to me. All the weird, like, transitional things they did and putting in little bits and bobs, that sucks. Yeah. And I think, just speaking of it as an album, I think the sequencing was all wrong. Like having Cathedral Wall at 8 and then followed by the closer, A Few Words for the Dead. It's like a whole downer 20 minutes at the end.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think I'm not trying to excuse it, but I think part of this period of Marillion, which most people would say is the down period, they friggin' didn't have any money. They had to friggin' crank out an album every year, and there was no time to work on shit. It was like, all right, it's done. Put it out. Let's go on tour, and then repeat.
So we can make some money. Yeah.
Get
on tour. Yep.
I do have the remake. I have a different version than John does because mine has.
The book looks like
Mine has a whole book in it.
All right, yeah.
You got the digi and he's got the digibook.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He's got digipack. John does.
Yeah.
Disappoint me again.
Scope one.
What's that?
Mine's the case. Mine's the case scope one.
Okay, mine is Madfish.
Yeah, the different versions that I think
they license out to whoever will reissue and put the better package together. Madfish tends to be pretty cheap, so I'm kind of surprised they went a digibook on it. That's nice.
Yeah, but it is neat that they included both versions. But the extensively remixed 2013 version is far superior. I think.
Okay, so I gotta get it then. Okay.
You really can appreciate the album more on that one. Going through the songs, Under the Sun, love it. Cosa del Sol, whatever is the intro.
Stupid.
The answering machine on here, on the original, it's like Hogarth is like singing through a megaphone, like I guess, like it's an answering machine. Right. They take that off on this, and it's way better.
Do they really? Okay.
3 Minute Boy, one of my favorite. I'm going to keep saying one of my favorites, and if you listed my favorite, it would be 100 songs. But I love 3 Minute Boy. Great live song as well. Now She'll Never Know. Yeah, beautiful ballad. These Chains, I really like. The song is okay, but I really enjoy the lyrics, like encouraging somebody to change their life. You know, these chains are comfortable is the lyric that you're in a situation you don't like, but you're comfortable in it, so you'll just keep in your chains. just kind of lyrics that kind of speak to me. Born to Run, I think is a really strange Marillion song. There's really not another one like it, and I kind of like it for that reason. Just really awesome bluesy guitar on it. Cathedral Wall, it's fine. I don't know. I kind of get what they're going for. I don't think it worked too much. It works better on here because they cut the length down a little bit. A Few Words for the Dead. That's one that I think they could have cut in half. I really like the ending, the Or You Could Love part at the end, the kind of building up to that soaring part.
Yeah.
But I think they didn't need the 7-minute build up to that.
Exactly.
I enjoy the album. It definitely has its problems, but a lot of the problems are corrected on here. So I would recommend the 2013 version.
So for me, this album is like super top front loaded. Under the Sun, killer track. Great art rock, pop rock, hard rock kind of song. Kind of not really a typical Marillion song, but maybe if you want, you could kind of say it's kind of like Afraid of Sunlight in a weird way, just not as epic and killer, but still, that Under the Sun. I can't hit those falsettos because I'm just not that guy, but love that song. The Answering Machine, da 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 da, Answer Machine. I mean, I don't hate it. It's kind of novel, and it's they definitely were trying something different there. They were trying to maybe be a little British cheeky and have some fun with it and kind of do something that has a pretty good pop vibe to it. Not a bad track. 3 Minute Boy is really beautiful track, followed by Now She'll Never is a really beautiful track, and then I don't know, man, just doesn't do much for me at all. These chains, da, 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 da. And that one has a lot of orchestration on it, right?
Yeah.
A lot of strings. It's just kind of wimpy. Not into it. Born to Run. I couldn't even tell you how that song goes. And I just listened to it earlier today. Cathedral Walls. Okay, that's kind of maybe the most proggy sounding of the tracks in terms of like experimentally. But it's kind of just an okay track. It just doesn't do that much for me, right? Other than the beginning of it where it goes down, wow, wow, bow, bow, bow. And then it just kind of limps out from there. And I, like you, man, A Few Words for the Dead, the ending section's great, but it just takes forever to get to it. And it's just not that great a track for me. So this one does, and Costa Down Slow, what a waste of 45 seconds. What are we going to get into? A power violence album here? What the hell, man? Anyway, it just isn't. This album is pretty low for me. Gotta admit, it's pretty low. I will probably grab if I can find a cheap copy of the. I'm not going to go out and spend $20 on the 2-disc version. I'm just not that interested in it. But if I can find the reissue for $6, $7, $8, I'll probably grab it. You know what I mean? If somebody just wants to dump it. So yeah, that's the second album on the Castle contract. And now we're up to this one, Marillion.com. And this was when all the cheap ass packaging became the rage. I don't even know if I can get this open. You know what? Oh yeah, I can. Okay. Luckily, well, this one didn't get damaged, but it's a little slipcasey. This thing. I don't know. Had we yet gotten? This wasn't the first one that they did the campaign for, right? That was Anarachnophobia, right?
Yeah.
I think for this they just asked people to send in their passport photos.
Oh, that's it. They just send your passport photo in. That's right. Yeah. Now you'll see the water did get it though to some degree. I've got a lot of missing chunks there. The CD's okay though. If there is a booklet. Oh wait, there is a booklet. Let's see if it. I don't think it's coming out of there. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, wait. It wants to. It's so close, but we know it's not going to open, right? I mean, we know it's going to be like, wait, I got it. Hold on. I'll work on it. Anyways, It's close. Scott, you won this one or Johnny?
Is it you, Scott?
I don't remember. Yeah, I think it is me.
I think it is. All right. So I'm going to start with you real quick. Comes out October 18th, 99. Racket Club, Buckinghamshire Intact now is the label, which is an imprint of Castle, I believe, again. And this one is co-produced by one Steven Wilson, but he doesn't do all the tracks. So go ahead, jump on this one, Scott.
All right. Just to show you the booklet, it's just a fold out. It's nothing that amazing.
Yeah.
But I get it. If mine was messed up, I'd want it anyway.
I'm
And
trying
then the flyer for the free bonus disc is in there.
I never got it.
I didn't either. It was too late when I got this.
Well, is that the one that I've got?
Yeah.
Could be. I think it is. Yeah, I think that's what you got. Yep. There, I got it. Now watch. Yeah, I worked all that time and I can't open it.
So, I really like this album. Reading in the book, they had a lot of problems with the production. They kept sending it out for different people to try to remix it. Wasn't working, and then eventually they hooked up with Steven Wilson, and they consider that he saved a lot of the tracks on this album, so that they didn't repeat what they done on Radiation. What else? Some of these songs were left over from Radiation. Interior Lulu, and I don't remember the other one. Doesn't matter.
Go, I think.
Was it Go? Okay.
Look, Tumble Down the Years, Interior Lulu were done recorded and mixed during Radiation.
Okay.
Oh, there was. And then House.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, very strange start with the Legacy, but I like it. Kind of the low key and then getting into the rocking part. I thought it was an interesting way to start the album, and I like it for this kind of uniqueness. Then we've got just a string of bangers: Deserve, Go, and Rich. Favorites of mine. But just great like pop length songs that sometimes Marillion does not have. A song that I can play for my wife, and she'll be go, "Oh, that's a good song." And usually when I say Marillion, she's like, "Oh shit, is this 20 minutes?" So
yeah,
this is a good normie Marillion album, I think. Enlightened, kind of special in that they rarely play it. When they do, it's kind of neat. But as a song itself, I'm not really that into it. Built-in Bachelor Radar, I really like quite a bit. I just think it's kind of more of a fun Marillion song that sometimes they're a bit too serious. Tumble Down the Years, I think it's a really, really beautiful love song. Interior Lulu, the longer epic on here, I like quite a bit. And it is too long. I think it's too long.
I think it is too. Yep.
They did. I know we're not talking about it, but on the acoustic album, they did like a 8-minute version of it, and I think that's much more powerful. They should have gone with that.
Yeah, agreed.
It is what it is. And House is a cool kind of like trip hop vibe, but again, it's 10 minutes. So I think it's a similar problem as Radiation. Like there's good songs on here, but then you get to the end and it's like 2 super long tracks that are probably too long. And then House being such a chill out vibe to end the album, I think it really drags down the opinion of the whole album for me. A lot of great songs, but as an album, I don't think it holds together that well. Yeah, so I guess that's my take on Marillion.com. And kind of a dumb name.
Yeah, I mean,
they're trying to promote their website. Maybe they thought it was
but so trendy at the time, man, because that was the very beginnings, early days of the internet. Everybody was just getting it right around then,
Yeah.
Johnny.
I didn't. I kind of jumped away from Marillion for this one, oddly. I didn't buy it when I went back to them. I don't know why. If I'm brutally honest, I thought the Marillion.co.uk thing that I had, the extra disc,
Was
I
it?
thought that was the UK version, and
Yeah.
the .com. So I didn't bother. I thought, oh, I've got that album anyway.
Yeah.
For years, I didn't bother with it. But I did pick up the issue on vinyl last year before, which is quite nice. Double album.
Oh yeah, nice.
They mess up the track listing for some
Oh,
reason.
did they?
Yeah. Side C and side D. Side C says it's Tumble Down the Years and House, and it says it's Interior Lulu on side D, but it's obviously not.
Okay.
See that? I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting.
It wouldn't fit in the actual running order, probably.
Yeah.
Well, no, they've just got it long on the sleeve.
Oh, okay.
Because the I don't think. Let me just check. Yeah, they've just got the actual disc. It doesn't say on them on the label. It's just got the thing. So it just for some reason they printed it long on the bloody thing and they've not bothered changing it, which is very weird. Yeah, if you look at the lyrics and that, "House is the last song." So
weird. That's interesting.
Anyway, that's this. It's sounds good on vinyl. It's I don't own many on vinyl, but that one was one I saw for the good price on Amazon. You know, it was like, I don't know, 12 or 15 quid for the vinyl. It's like, okay, now I'll have that. Because occasionally Marillion ones, like I picked up one of the live ones really cheap as well. That was like 12 quid for the double or triple album or something. You know, one of the fan club ones.
Somebody ended up with a surplus of them when was dumping them.
Which one was that? It was this one.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the Sunday Night Above the Lane, which is quite good because it's got Garden Party at the end, so on the final disc. But that was like 12 quid.
So what's your take on Marillion.com then, overall?
I wasn't a fan, if I'm brutally honest. It doesn't rate highly on me. I don't know why. As I said, whether because I didn't pick it up at the time. I'm losing the actual. Right, let's have a go. Legacy, it's got some weird freaky keyboard at the start. An H singing over there. That was then turned into like a mid-paced rocky song. Nice enough. It just kept repeating stuff. Deserve, which is quite good. They got a nice bit of saxophone in there, which is always cool when you put a bit of that in. Got some nice lifts. It's kind of upbeat, but it reminded me a bit of REM, but not the shit REM.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's just that Go. I didn't do much for me, weirdly. Sorry, Scott. Go just, I don't know, it just kind of happened. And I went back and listened to it again, and I've just put it's a bit of a Pink Floyd vibe, but it just doesn't seem to go anywhere for me. Rich, on the other hand, I thought was great. Nice mid-paced poppy rocker. I put Want to Have a Boogie with, and I had a really cool chorus. You know, you could sing along to it and nod your head a bit. Great song, but weirdly Go didn't do anything for me. Enlightened, another slow one. It's got H and some keys. It's nothing special. Again, that's, I think, a lot of these were for me. Built-in Bastard Radar was quite like that when it was started off quite guitar-y and that sort of thing. Then went a bit mid-paced. It was good. Tumble Down the Years was okay. Interior Lulu was like 15 minutes long, as you say, too long. It was a bit slow. There's like a mad proggy bit in the middle, and then it goes epic as they have to try and, you know, because it's that long. It's almost, as you say, it's almost like they were building a song. A little bit of it sounded a bit like Duran in one point as well. They had that electronica sort of vibe to it, 80s electronica. But I think they were just trying to do a kitchen sink job where they added too much onto it.
Yep.
They sort of got so far and we've gone, all right, we've done 10 minutes. Oh, I'll tell you what, let's go epic at the end. And everybody will think it's fine. It's one of our epic songs. As you say, it just didn't quite work for this album for me. House, as you say, 10 minutes, probably a couple of minutes too much. and the sax comes back, and it's got like a jazzy sort of vibe to it, and it just didn't seem like a closer for me. It just, as you say, it didn't flow well enough. So yeah, that's my take on it. It was okay. It's a mid-paced one for me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm in the lower middle half for this one. Legacy's an okay opening track. Deserve a little bit of a catchy, you get what you deserve, that kind of thing. I gotta be honest with you, I don't remember Go Rich or Enlightened at all. And I just listened to it a couple of hours ago. I just don't remember them. Built-In Bastard, I do recall. It's kind of fun in the Cannibal Surf Babe way. It's kind of a little bit like that. It's a little tongue-in-cheek, a little British. It's one of the more notable tracks that you can remember. Couple down the years, man, I don't remember anything about it at all. I love House. I love that song. I love that chill groove. Watching it, not seeing it. Da, 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 da. And it's a little long. Yeah, it probably is. But I like it. It's something very different than they've ever done. Maybe ever. Like, I don't know if they've ever done anything like that since, really. It's very house chill sort of thing. Like, you can just throw that on and just kind of vibe, I like that. Interior Lulu, I really like the song as a whole, but it is too long. And Johnny, you hit it right. Too much kitchen sink thing. We got to do another This Strange Engine. We got to do another big epic. We have to. And they didn't really have to. It was already 62 minutes. Well, let's say they made that 8 minutes, like you said, 6 or 7 minutes. You're still at a 55-minute album. Still a long album. But a better album, I would think. I need to go back and listen to those 3 or 4 songs that just didn't have any effect on me at all. And that happens on occasion with some of these as we keep going into their catalog, with a few exceptions. But yeah, not bad, but not great. Not bad, but not great. So, all right, we are up to Anarachnophobia, which was the first, or if it wasn't the first, it was certainly in the first handful of crowd-funded albums. I have the edition that has my name in it somewhere.
Nice.
So I did buy this. I didn't look for the name. And actually, this one does have some wrinkling in it, but I probably can find my name somewhere in here. It's 2 CD affair. Forget what the hell's on CD 2. Oh, they got a demo for Separated Out, Between You and Me, a remix, and hit enhanced video for number 1, and Half the World recording demo. So nothing super. Yeah, and you can see where it was damaged there by the water. But anyway, I don't really know. I didn't know until this album what anoraks were. I had no idea what this was. Is that a British thing, Johnny?
Yeah. But when we were kids, everybody had an anorak. It wasn't any particular sort of coat.
And what are they? What's it mean?
It's just like a puffer jacket type thing. It's like a short waterproof jacket with a hood.
Okay.
But they call anoraks of people that are nerds, basically.
Okay.
They all have that same sort of coat, and that's why. If you look at the bits on them, it says about them they were like into train spotting and the likes and all that sort of thing. They were called, people were called anoraks if they were nerds or that sort of thing. So,
all right, jump into it there, sir.
I think it's John this time.
Oh fuck, man!
It's all right.
You think I was hammered? You think I couldn't remember from? Sorry.
Like
Johnny, what do you got for Anarachnophobia? Oh, there we are. I should have known. There's the picture of them all in their jackets. Yeah.
Well, mine's just the plain version. I'm afraid the normal garden. They were back on EMI for this one. Looking at it, it says EMI Liberty on the back of mine, but
that's just for That's just distribution.
Is it?
Yeah, they licensed it out later. Originally. Yeah, originally it says on mine, which is the original version of it, says 2001 copyright, and this is an HD CD, by the way.
Yeah,
Whatever
mine
that
says that
means.
as well.
Does it?
Mine says HDCD for
Says
some reason.
Intact Records under exclusive license from Marillion. So Intact was the first edition. EMI probably licensed it later in a licensing deal.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just the plain one that comes out later.
Yeah.
I don't like this album.
Uh-oh.
I know a lot of people do. As I said, the friend that got me back into them, he was raving about this. He saw them on this tour. He said it's an absolutely brilliant album. He was on about the crowdfunding and that, and I didn't enjoy it. It's not high up at all. I'm sorry. I don't know why. There's a few songs on here I've just put a little bit meh, a little bit. They didn't do a lot for me. I think whether it's because I only picked this up a couple of years ago. I've got no sort of, I don't know. I've got no history with it. That's the word I'm trying to look for. So, Between You and Me, it's got a little bit of piano, then it gets a bit rocky. It goes a bit weird. It's a bit liffy. It's got songs. It's a song. It's got instruments. It didn't do a lot. Quartz. Yeah, it's got a bit of funky guitar and it's got a bit of a groove. It builds quite nicely. It's almost got a bit of proggy jazz in there. Map of the World, I've just put an indie punk rocker. When I'm at God, 9 minutes, a slower track, a bit meh. Flute of the World, slow bluesy track. Separated Out, starts off a bit. It's the one with it's got all the almost like the sideshow freaks type.
Yeah,
thing,
actually, it's dialogue from the movie Freaks.
There we go.
I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's a trippy movie, man.
Yeah, I've not seen it. I know of it. I've seen, I'm aware of it. So that makes sense. Yeah. So it's the one with the sideshow. I couldn't leave my own light, and I was saying, what the hell does that say? The sideshow freak intro. Yeah. And then it's got great riff, really rocky. I enjoy that one. I think that was great. This is the 21st Century, 11 minutes, epic, sweet solo. I really like that one. If My Light Were a Ball, it's got chunky lifts, kind of funky. It's quite heavy. Great guitar solo, cool stuff. So I like the end of it, but the start of it didn't do a lot for me. So it's not front loaded. It's the opposite of that. It's arse loaded or whatever you call it, back loaded. Yeah. Didn't like the start, but it got a lot better as you go along. So yeah, that's my take on Arachnophobia.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I'm not a huge fan of this album, but I think I once was. But this last go around, I was not nearly as impressed with it. But go ahead. Scott's going to go like, oh, this is my favorite album.
I just unsubbed you both, just so you know.
Real quick, Scott, before you get into that one sec, I wanted to note a couple quick things. First of all, in the pre-order campaign for this, they actually, and I did not know this, they sold 12,674 copies before the album was even recorded, before they even started recording it. I'm one of those guys that helped pay. I'm trying to remember what I paid for it. I want to say it was like around $20, give or take, somewhere in that range. Maybe it was 25. I don't remember, but it wasn't a lot. You know what I mean? But and real quick on Separated Out, a lot of their fans refer to themselves as freaks. I don't remember that, but apparently it was from the song Freaks, which they did with Fish back in the Fish era. And
yeah,
you hear the dialogue from that movie Freaks. Have you seen it, either of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, man. It's like all kind of sideshow freaks of the day, 1932. And the end of it, I'm trying to remember what they say. Do you know what they're saying at the end? Ooba baba, ooba baba. Do you know what they're saying at the very end?
Well, there's "We Accept Her, One of Us," and then just kind of that chant. I don't know what the chant means.
Yeah, ooga baba, ooga gaba, ooba gaga. It's super weird, man. It's funny. It's actually fun though. All right, go ahead then.
All right. So I think for me, this was like the beginning of them finding their way back to greatness, I would say. And I think having the album paid for before they recorded it took some of the pressure off. They didn't have to, crank out an album every year. I think there was it 2 years between Marillion.com and this.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they really got to do what they wanted to do, and I think that has really increased the quality of their output for sure. Yeah, man. This was my first new Marillion album because it came out in 2001. I got into them in 2000. And I was kind of mad on the previous ones, but I got this one and I was like, man, I think they're back. Between You and Me, what a fantastic opener!
Great opener, yep, great opener.
In a great kind of upbeat, get the crowd into it song that.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes with the seriousness, sometimes gets lost in the Marillion stuff. Okay, Quartz. This I like that funky vibe to it. A little too long, maybe, but and I won't take credit for this. I read this somewhere that the part in the song near the end where they say one of these days you're just gonna stop, and then the music cuts. That should have been the end of the song, but then they come back and do another minute and a half. I thought it'd been more impactful if they stopped there, but Map of the World, just another beautiful pop song. When I Meet God is John. You said you did, this is Mad to You, right? The song.
Yeah.
Okay. It's one of my favorites. It's actually what I mean. It's the what I got the name of my channel from. So this is one of those songs that in that opening part, when he's saying, if this girl is no solution, et cetera, it brings tears to my eyes every time. So, yeah, one of my favorite Marillion songs. Fruit of the Wild Rose, that's the one that's it's just kind of there. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't miss it. Separated Out, another good rocker. This is the 21st Century, kind of a beautiful epic song that I think hits where some of their epic-ish songs miss, going in a little too long. I think this is fine at the length it is. And If My Heart Were a Ball, it would roll uphill. I like just how different it is. Again, it's kind of long, but has different cool sections. And I think the end section really finishes off the album in a great way. And it's a long album. It's over an hour, but I'm never bored of this. I might tune out a little bit during Fruit of the Wild Rose, but it's like 5 minutes. It's fine. Overall, yeah, you guys will be shocked at how high this is in my ranking.
Not now.
Sorry. I just realized I'm out of beer, so I grabbed this could get interesting. I just grabbed the gin and tonic, so
let's go.
Let's fucking go. No,
I was trying to stay sober for this, man. I was trying to stay sober for this.
Nah, we don't do that. You don't have to get loaded, though. You don't have to get loaded. You can drink whatever you want. What do we got here? All the World's a Stage. Hey, Scott. Not been able to get into anything post Marbles. I own everything. Continue to buy every release, but I continue to be disappointed. No, I don't know that you are missing something. I am kind of in your vein. We'll get to that. We're almost there. It's not that. Well, let me get there when we get to each album. So I'm hoping to keep this under 5. We're getting there. We're finally moving. So, Johnny, how about Anorachomanophobia?
I did it. I've done mine too.
It's me.
I started, yeah.
All right. So for me, I hear a lot of people say exactly what you said, Scott. This is the beginning of them kind of finding their way back. And I would have said circa 2002 or so, 3, I would have agreed with you. I don't agree with you anymore on that. I think there are a couple handful of good tracks on here. And there's a lot of really boring shit. Separated or Between You and Me is great. Between You and Me. It's kind of Holidays in Eden meets Afraid of Sunlight. It's a great track. Man, Quartz just drives me mad. I'm clockwork and your quartz. I'm clockwork and your quartz. Shut the fuck up. I fucking don't like that song. Song drives me fucking crazy, man. Map of the World's okay. It's a nice pop track. When I Meet God, man, it just drags. When I meet God, it's like it's a little too sappy for me. Fruit of the Wild Rose kind of follows in the same suit as When I Meet God. Now, I do Separate It Out. I love. Great fucking track. Great track. And I really love This Is the 21st Century. Great. That's kind of like, for me, the best song on the album. Just a great, this is the 21st century. Just really dramatic, really proggy, really epic. Man, if my heart were a roll, what is it?
If my heart were a ball, it would roll uphill.
Yeah, it would roll uphill. That's a downer track for me. This is not high in my end of the. Yeah, it's not what I thought it was, but they make up for it. They do make up for it. So now, anybody else got anything on that one?
Nope.
Scott, you're still sub to me. All right. So here is the buyer. Again, just like the last one, it is the pre-order edition. So it's the big book. And it's funny. I went in here to put them in the CD player, and I'm like, where the fuck are my CDs?
No.
And then I realized I think I put them in one of those car carrier like plastic envelope things. But again, if you go through here somewhere in those massive names, I paid mine and bought into that. And I will say, after this, I kind of jumped off. I'm not exactly sure why. We'll talk about then, but let's discuss this album here. A couple of quick notes on it real quick. And Johnny, I guess you're first.
Scott
first.
This time.
All right.
Yeah.
So again, this is largely financed by a pre-order campaign. The band funded the recording and the publicity campaign that fans financed for the album. Those fans who I just found this in my shoe. It's the little centerpiece that the disc is supposed to lay on. It fucking the glue popped out. Anyway, I'm trying to see, what's it say? Those fans who pre-ordered the album received an exclusive 2 CD deluxe campaign edition with a booklet containing the names of everyone who pre-ordered. I wonder if they show how many here. Public release date of the retail single version of the album was May 3rd, 2004, while a plain 2 CD version was made available from the website. A limited 500 copies edition was released on white multicolored vinyl in 2006. Man, I bet they go for a penny now. 2011, the 2 CD version became available as a retail edition and a media book by Mad Fish. Reissued in 2017 as a simpler digipack. They also released the full album on vinyl for the first time, occupying 3 LPs. And another reissue of the CD appeared on K-Scope in 21. The album did not chart in the UK due to it being packaged with a couple of stickers, which is against chart rules. I didn't know that. So despite selling enough for a top 30 position, the album was declared ineligible for charts. However, the first single, You're Gone, reached number 7 in the UK charts, thus becoming the first UK top 10 hit since 87 in Comunicado. Anyways, Don't Hurt Yourself peaked at number 16. Classic Rock ranked Marbles number 11 on their year-end list for 2024. All right. Scott, why don't you get into it?
All right. I do not have...
By the way, Dave Megan was the producer. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I don't have the fancy campaign edition. I do not know why I didn't order that.
You guys are losers. That's all I had to say. Goodbye.
Because I'm a poser. I don't know. Maybe I thought it was too expensive at the time. I don't know. But I did order the 2-disc version from the website. So it came in like this slipcase. This kind of, if I can't tell, kind of embossed.
Yeah, it's got spot varnish on it. Yep.
Yeah. So I do have the full version. What can I say about Marbles? This is one of my favorite albums of all time.
Fucking killer.
It's it's just so amazing. And I know the first time I heard it, I'm halfway through Invisible Man, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, when's this start? Now I love it. I wasn't connecting to the vibe right away.
So
but yeah,
good.
what a great opener.
Oh.
Great. I mean, it is long, but it doesn't feel long to me. It just builds perfectly. We got the Marbles title tracks kind of split up throughout. Genie, holy shit, Genie. That is another. I say favorites a lot, but if I had to rank like top 5 songs, Genie would be in it. And I can't believe this was not on the single disc version. It was like, this should be a hit. Like, this is an amazing song. Fantastic play. I mean, I'm just reading the track list because it's I like everything. Ocean Cloud.
Oh my God!
What a great kind of like I don't know, spiritual brother to This Range Engine.
And here's the thing on that song. It's 17 minutes long, right?
Yeah.
Don't take 1 fucking second off that song ever.
Right.
Because every second of that 17 plus minute song is 100% necessary.
I agree. And that was that was not on the single disc version.
Right.
Then on move to disc 2, we've got kind of the more single-ish tracks: The Damage, Don't Hurt Yourself, You're Gone. Just a great song as a single. Angelina, I don't know, Jeff, you might like this more than I did because it kind of has more that chill out vibe, but
it's okay. It's probably the weakest song on the album.
If I had to take one off, it would be that. But I don't hate it. It's fine where it is. And then Neverland, holy shit. How could you close an album any better than that? Or a concert? I mean, they end concerts with it quite a bit because I mean, how can you what's a better closer than that?
My 100% favorite Steve Hogarth era track, undeniably.
Yeah.
Mind blower, man.
Yep. I don't know, man. It's a hour and 40-minute album that I wouldn't really change a second of.
Nope.
This was after I got this album, I was like, all right, this is my favorite band, and it hasn't changed ever since. So,
well, I didn't go quite that far, but but you're gonna see it ranks kind of high. Johnny, how about you?
I've got the pre-order one. My name's in it as well. And mine's exactly the same as yours. There's the disc. It's the little thing in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
The glue's shit, obviously.
Yeah.
So, but it's still yours might be on your shoe. Mine's still in the middle of it. There you go. That's the little thing from the middle.
Mine's right here on the floor. So wait,
you think,
Johnny, just checking. So you did get in on the pre-order. Your name's in there.
It is, yes. Yeah.
You know what's crazy, man? You and I now know 2 people on that list. You and I.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. I thought I'd better check again today, and yeah, I'm definitely there. Although the John bits at the end of one line and the surname that begins and the start of the next one, but it's there. I'm there with the Max. So yeah. What an album! What an absolute beast of an album, as we say.
Yep.
I treated myself.
Oh, look at you!
Nice.
The 3-disc version.
Did they have like an etching on side D, or is it just blank?
Let's have a look. I think
that's one Marillion album I have. And you would see this if you watched the Fish era. I have all the original EMI gatefolds.
Yeah, so
so
that's
for the Fish stuff. I don't own any vinyl for the Hogarth stuff.
So
I checked out on vinyl by them.
And she's very nice.
Yeah, really nice. What did that run you? Do you remember? What did that run you? Do you remember? What? How much did that cost you? Do you think?
It was only about $40.
Okay, that's not bad.
It's pre-owned. It was one. You know, Amazon sometimes do pre-owned stuff. I took a punt on it because obviously brand new. It was not $40.
Yeah, I was going to say it was going to be a lot more.
Yeah,
all right, then you lucked out.
Songs on each side. looking at it. Yeah, there's tracks on each side, so it is a full 3 album, six sides. Yeah, because we got side A, Invisible Man, Marbles 1, Genie. Side B, Fantastic Place, The Only Unforgivable Thing, Marbles 2. Side C, Ocean Cloud, Marbles 3. Side D, Damage, Hurt Yourself, You're Gone. Side E, Angelina, Drilling Holes. And side F, Marbles 4 and Neverland. So, yeah, it's needless to say, I also rank this one quite high. I have made some notes. Invisible Man, epic 13-minute classic. Just takes you on a journey. It's just awesome. The Marbles tracks, when they first, it's like, well, what's the point in having like a 1 minute 42?
Yeah, they're just little interludes. That's all. Yeah.
Apparently, looking into it, if you put them all together, it's a full song. Which I didn't realize. But you can. That's right.
I never even tried to play them that way.
If you put them together, it's apparently a song. And
somebody did that. Somebody has to have done that out on YouTube. I'll have to check that out then. Yeah.
Perhaps there's a different version. I don't know.
That's a neat idea, actually. Now I think of it.
Yeah, Genie. Excellent guitar riff, mid-pace, proper poppy rocker, really catchy chorus, excellent stuff. The Only Unforgivable Thing starts off with like a church organ, really cool, slow-paced, excellent song. Marbles 2, I'll put that's 2 minutes 12 seconds. Fantastic Place, another slow-paced, epic track. Ocean Cloud, so atmospheric, 17 minutes, beautiful, builds. It flows so well. It's just I put epic at the start and epic at the end because it's double epic.
Yep.
Marbles 3 is 1 minute 51, which is my favorite part of the Marbles ones, the third one. Damage, another great. I put a Beatles type rocker. It's very poppy, but it has that sort of vibe to it. It's got some really good riffs in it. Don't Hurt Yourself, which was a single. Awesome poppy rocker. This chorus, I put the chorus is so catchy, it's more catchy than COVID. Which was my attempt at a joke, and it sounded better than my head, obviously. You're Gone was the first single, as you say, I put down. It was number 7 in the UK charts, and he hadn't used it for a while, but Lother uses that almost like the Ebo sort of delay sound, which I really love, which I thought was brilliant on that. I like that the elongated notes, really good, excellent.
He went back to delay and chorus. Thank you, Steve. He did that on his prior albums, but
proper guitar. Angelina, I just put it. It's got it's quite a moody song. It's got a called bluesy ballady sort of guitar intro, moody. As you say, it's not the best track on the album. Drilling Holes. I love the Hammond organ sound on it. It's mid-pace, really good song. Marbles 4 is apparently 1 minute 26 seconds. Neverland, stunning piano. Rest of the band kicking, 12-minute epic proggy, just brilliant. So yeah, stunning album.
Yeah, well, you can probably guess where this is at for me. This album blew my mind, and I actually got to see something kind of cool. I don't think they did this over in the UK, and I don't know if you saw this, Scott, or not, but in 2000, I want to say 2003, Pete and Steve came over and did this thing called Los Marillos, the three Marillos or three amigos or whatever. It was the three of them, and they did like acoustic, semi-acoustic, semi-electric versions of a lot of this material. So I remember seeing Ocean Cloud by just the three of them, which was wow, mind-blowing, right? But it was not. It was very different than what was on the album, but they acoustically arranged it to be basically piano, acoustic guitar, or acoustic bass, and then Steve would mainly play acoustic guitar, but he would also jump on the lead. He had I don't know if a tech brought it out or he had it on a stand. I can't remember. There you go. Double Door in Chicago. Yeah. What was that called? All the World Stage. Los Marillos? Was that it? Or the Three Marillios or something? I can't remember
I
the
think
name
it
of
was.
it.
I think it was Los Trios, Murillo.
Marillos. Yeah. What a show, man. Got to meet Steve. He was drunk. It was awesome. He was so fucking cool. Met all of them. Pete's always just a treat to talk to. He's such a sweetheart. Roderick's a nice guy, but he's a little standoffish. I've met all of them. Ian, wonderful guy. Pete, wonderful guy. Hogarth depends when you hit him. Generally, he's pretty awesome. Roderick I only met once or twice, and he was okay. It just seemed like he wanted to be somewhere else. Never met Mark Kelly, and Mark Kelly would not come over and talk to fans at the show. I had passes because my friend John Wesley, who played with Porcupine Tree, is a good buddy of mine, and he was opening for them in 16, and he gave us passes so we could kind of walk around amongst them, right? Except we had the general all access, not the special all access. And Mark was hanging out with all the chicks. He was up there with all the babes. So I don't know if he's married or not. I assume he's not, or it sure seemed that way. Who knows? I could be wrong. But at that point in time in 16, he sure didn't look married. But he didn't come over. Even when I yelled, "Hey, Mark, can you sign this?" He's like fuck off, that kind of thing, you know. But yeah, man, I mean, the Invisible Man. Oh my God, dude. The way this track builds is fucking so choice. And when he gets that part at the end where he's like, I have become the Invisible Man. And he just goes, I can't go that high, but where he goes into the falsetto with the scream where it's like, it's just so fucking killer, man. Fish could never touch those notes for all the money in the world, right? And it's not a pissing contest between the two. I love my dude Fish, but Steve just cranks it out of the atmosphere on this song. Marbles won. I gotta check that out. If that's really a thing where you put those three together, you get four songs together, you get a song. Sounds like it would be something they would do. Genie, man, another killer track. Love it. Fantastic. Take me to a fantastic place. Beautiful, beautiful song. Oh, man, the only unforgivable thing. It's just, God, it's so good. It's so good, I have to sing it. The only unforgivable thing. Oh, it's so gorgeous, man. Ocean Cloud, like I already made my statement, 1758, don't touch 1 millisecond of that song. It is one of, if not, everybody talks about Grendel. I like Grendel. It ain't no Ocean Cloud. I'm sorry, not even close. Ocean Cloud, again, two different eras, but wipes the map of Grendel. I'm just sorry, it does. We get to The Damage. That one and Angelina are tweeners for me. I like The Damage, though. It's not a bad track, okay? It's kind of their quirky, weird English rock song, right? Man, Don't Hurt Yourself. What a gorgeous, gorgeous pop song, man. Especially when there comes a time. I'm sorry, I don't know the words, but I can't remember them. But when he gets in, that don't hurt yourself, just so fucking gorgeous, man. So good. Angelina, I do like Angelina. I actually, if I was going to get rid of a track, might be The Damage, quite frankly. I got to be honest with you, though. Fuck, man, I forget Drilling Holes. Yeah, it's not coming to me. Not coming to me. And Neverland. To me, Neverland is Marillion's with Steve Hogarth. It is their crowning achievement of a song. And they've gone on to write a lot of material since then, but they've never touched that song. I'm sorry, they just haven't. And this album, actually, in my opinion, has 3 of their very best songs they've ever written with Hogarth. And that's Invisible Man, Ocean Cloud, and Neverland. And as a collection, wow, you'll see soon. Just fucking stunning. And when this album came out and I got locked into it, man, I just could not stop listening to it. Why I can't remember. Drilling Holes, I can't remember. But and you know what? When I went back to it, I seriously wanted to go just re-listen to this album over and over and over. It is fucking stunning. All right, we're moving on. We are moving on to albums I do not own, guys. So it's up to you guys. I bought a couple of them, but I don't have them. So I believe Somewhere Else is next, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make one statement here. How exactly do you go from Marbles? All right, moving on. Johnny, Somewhere Else. I do not own it. So are you up, Johnny, or Scott?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I can't remember. This is
so April.
It's me, I think, isn't it? Because you went first for Marbles.
Yeah.
So April 9th, 2007, this comes out. They recorded Racket Club. Comes out intact. It's a leasing deal. And Michael Hunter, who did most of the mixing on Marbles, he didn't produce. That was Dave Megan, but most of the actual engineering, per se, was done by Michael Hunter. Well, they gave him a shot to to produce. And really quickly, Faith was written during the Marbles session and recorded the previous year. The album was title was initially supposed to be 14, and a cover art was prepared to match with it. However, the name altered and a new artwork became necessary. The final variant of the cover featured a tower view meaning, I guess that's a way British say that, but it's a binocular thing. As a corner-operated binoculars, was designed by Carl Glover. Do we know who Carl Glover is? He does all the No Man, Porcupine Tree stuff. He's that guy. Which I might have some big news about that coming up here. It was quite similar to that of the Weather Report's compilation album Forecast Tomorrow. Band had been aware of this, but since it occurred by accident, they decided not to change it. Critical reception. Real quick, I want to throw this out there, okay? Stephen Dalton of Uncut described Somewhere Else as a 3 out of 5, stating that some tracks chime and chore like Coldplay, others are just a post-rock whimper away from Radiohead. Marillion deserve a fair hearing. Richard Mann of Guitarist was less impressed, claiming, with its bombastic production, meandering instrumentation, and anthemic AOR choruses, it's no doubt precisely the sort of thing owners of the last other 13 albums by the band will lap up. But for the innocent bystander, there's really nothing here except for Steve Rothery's guitar, which often seemed weighed down by unnecessary effects from the Museum of Abandoned Guitar Sounds. The solos, usually a strong point, seem tossed off and inconsequential. In places of the album, lyrics beggar belief. I don't know what that means. Beggar belief. You know what that means? Beggar belief. Like hard to believe. Hard to believe, I guess. Man concluded on Faith, the barely disguised aping of McCartney's Blackbird. That's true. Big time true. Finger picking offers the final proof that there's little invention left in the tank. So there you go. This was ranked number 24 in the end of the year. I'm not sure how by Classic Rock. So Johnny, what do you got on this album, which I did purchase for $5 today?
I do own it. This wasn't expensive either. I've only had it in the last 2 months, something like that, when I knew we were doing the Lankin. This is one of these Mad Fish, the issue things, I think.
Issues,
with a little book or whatever. Yeah, it's an album. It's definitely a Marillion album. Only just. Yeah.
You don't have to go into detail if that's all you want to say, because that's about all I got to say.
I must admit, I wish I didn't bother listening to it and just said that and then actually listened to one of the others again, because I haven't got any notes on them and I absolutely loved it, but I haven't got any notes on it. Anyway, I did sit and listen to it. I've got a few bits and bobs, but it's bottom of the pile for me. It's cookie cutter, and it's almost like they dialed it in, and that's not what you want from Marillion. It's, I can go through the tracks. Other half is kind of upbeat, it's got some drums on it. It's a bit jazzy in the middle section. See It Like a Baby, mid-paced, kind of moody. Thank You Whoever You Are is a bit meh. Apparently that was a single and it did well.
Yeah.
Fucking terrible song. Most Toys, upbeat rocker. I
hate that song.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I fucking hate that. That is the worst. That might be the worst Marillion song ever. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't hit at all, does it? Even if they were trying to be whatever they were trying to be, it's a bit crap. Somewhere Else is. They've tried to. They felt like they had to do an epic. It's like 7 minutes, but it's almost like they were doing it for the sake of it, and there's no emotion in it, no feeling in it.
3 or 4 minutes too long.
Yeah, there's no feeling, no emotion. That it's almost like they.
Although it's one of the better songs on the album, let's be honest.
Probably, yeah. Voice from the Past. I've just put it's a piano-y sort of slower track, and I put it's okay. No Such Thing as Acoustic, bit of percussion, doesn't really go anywhere. Kind of meanders along. The Wound, medium paced, a bit rocky, indie alternative. Probably one of the better tracks.
Yep.
The Last Century, it kind of builds nicely, but that's all I can say about it. And Faith, cute acoustic ballad. Yeah.
Scott's gonna be like, dude, this is like my favorite album by Marillion.
It's my favorite. Gotta put my favorite tracks.
Like, you guys are killing me, bunch of dicks.
Well, you ruined it. I was gonna say this is my number one album, and you guys don't know what
it isn't. You're lying.
Yeah. Yeah, this is meh. I mean, this is,
and that's being kind.
Yeah. So a little history. This started as an EP of Marbles Leftovers,
right?
And then they decided they didn't have a single from the songs they had, so they wrote some more songs, and then they wrote some more songs, and then I don't know. They wrote some songs that ended up on Happiness Is the Road that are way better than whatever's on here. So I don't know what the process of deciding what they were doing was. Yeah, it's mostly just okay-ish songs. Like, if I hear it live, I'm not mad. But as a whole, I really do like the title track. I'll say that. Most Toys fucking sucks. It's definitely the worst Marillion song. I don't know what. Terrible. I don't know if that wasn't trying to be an appeal to a different audience. I don't know what that was.
Idea. It was terrible.
Yeah, and everything else, it's just it's like wallpaper. It's pleasant.
Just there. It's there. Yeah. It goes in one ear and out the other, and nothing really sticks at all.
Yeah. There was no pre-order campaign from this, and I imagine if there was, people would have been kind of mad.
Well, and that's talking about that they did not ask fans to pre-order because they had enough money to do what they needed to do, which was put out. I'm just going to say it. This is my bottom dweller, and it's arguably a kind of a pile of shit for the most part. And I say that with a lot of respect for most of what Marillion has done. This is not a very good album at all. It's just not. Now I grabbed it for $5 to have in the collection. I pretty much steadfastly said to myself, "You're not paying more than $5 for that to have it." And I found a copy for it. So somebody out there was like thinking like I was going, yeah, that dude right there needs that for his completion. The completist guy needs that for $4.50, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take it for that. So
I just bought a copy from them for £2 because
no way.
I just threw it in something I was already ordering because I have a friend who is getting into.
So they were basically throwing it
that for him.
They actually had it that low priced on their own website.
Yeah, they're unloading them too.
They know. Yeah, other than I can talk about 3 tracks on here. I don't even remember the other half. I don't remember Thank You Whoever You Are. Most Toys I remember because I can't stand it. Somewhere Else, I like it. Should have been 5 minutes long. A Voice from the Past is okay. But the best 2 tracks for me, the one is the weird See Like a Baby. It's just catchy because it's the catchy song. You know, kind of like, but it ain't no Cover My Eyes or that kind of pop track or Hooks in You. it's a shitty impersonation of that. The best song on here is No Such Thing by far.
Really?
Oh, I love that song. That's the only song on the album I would be like, give me that song, throw the rest, even somewhere else, throw it away. That song is cool. There's something about it that is vibey and cool. I really dig that track. The wound is, it's a mediocre Marillion track at best. I can't. Well, Faith I know is acoustic, but I can't remember anything from it. And The Last Century for Man, which I think was that the other single, or kind of the. Let me see. Hold on. Maybe there was. I can't remember here.
I think there were 2 singles. I think Most Toys was a single.
Yeah, Most Toys was. Yeah. Fuck this album. It's really bad. Like if I'm
all right.
We usually give I usually do 1 out of 10 ratings on this, but we didn't do that with this. I might do it at the end. At the very end, I might do it. I'm going to give you my rating on this one right now. 2.5 out of 10.
Okay.
All right. So we're moving on to Happiness is the Road, which I do not own. But I believe you do, Scott, right?
Yep. I've got the fancy version for this.
Okay. All right. Actually, I'm going to let you go first then, since you have that, Johnny. Is that cool? All right.
Yep.
All right. I gotta take a pee. So real quick though, I wanted to note something here on All the World's Stage. Love John Wesley's album Shiver. Yeah, it's a great album. I have all of his stuff, but if you don't have Waiting for the Sun or Waiting on the Sun, Waiting for the Sun, his last solo album, man, you got to grab it. It's by far his best, man. It is really kick fucking ass. It's so amazing. And I just saw on Wes's Instagram yesterday, he's going to start a YouTube channel. Surprise, surprise, everybody is.
Cool.
And he's going to do some videos on there. I tried diligently to have him on. I'm going to reach out to him again, see if he might like to pop on, because I might have 2 other dudes that he worked with, which I'm not sure how his feelings are very well on them. Well, one of them. I might be having those guys on. We'll get to that at the end. But all right, Scott, I'm going to dip out for a leak, and you jump into this.
Okay. So this is the campaign edition for Happiness is the Road. When I rank them, I'm ranking them as 2 separate albums, because besides this, they were released separately. They come in 2 hardcover books. In here, we've got Volume 1, Essence. I can't get used to this opposite. So it's got the CD in there, and pictures and lyrics and whatnot. And this does have the everybody's name in it that ordered it and whatnot. So my name's in here. And then we've got Volume 2, The Hard Shoulder. So now I got to look at the tracks because they're not on the outside.
So which copy's got your name in it? Both copies? Volume 1 or Volume 2?
Volume 2 has the names.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this one started from what I read. This one started as another leftovers from what they had from somewhere else, and they had some finished songs that ended up being Volume 2. And then while they were working on those, they kind of got inspired and wrote a bunch more material that was kind of had a similar concept, so that became Volume 1. So I'll go to Volume 1 first. Starts with Dreamy Street, which is just kind of more of an intro-ish thing, into This Train Is My Life. Very, very melodic, very ballady, but something about it. This is another song that tears me up. And when they play it live, it's just amazing. Goes into Essence, and then it's kind of it's not really a concept album, but it's a lot of interludes that flow into each other. Wrapped Up in Time into Liquidity, which is a keyboard solo piece, and then kind of builds up throughout into Trap the Spark, and State of Mind, which is kind of getting more upbeat. It's kind of a downbeat album, but then those build up into Happiness is the Road, which is like the epic of this album, with kind of the sing-along chorus at the end, and a lot of lyrical content about the past shouldn't bother. Don't let the past ruin your life. It's done. Forgive yourself and move on. Don't beat yourself up. Things like that, which I always enjoy those kind of lyrics. So that is kind of the unexpected album that came out of this Volume 1 Essence that they wrote when they thought they were just cleaning up the leftovers from the previous sessions. So what ended up on the Hard Shoulder Volume 2 is a lot of stuff that was already done. Real Tears for Sale, which is probably the best song on here, had already been written and recorded before they'd even started putting this album together, and they've been playing it on tour for like a year before this was done. There's some good songs on here. The Man from the Planet Marzipan, I really like. Kind of a long, spacey one. Asylum Satellite one, it's a similar vibe. They're kind of both similar songs, and they're right next to each other, but I do like them both. Then we got some filler. Older Than Me is like just kind of a sappy ballad about how Hogarth's girlfriend's older than him. I don't know. It doesn't do much for me. Half the World, it's okay, but it's a little throwaway to me as well. Especially True. That song can get lost. I don't care about that one at all. So this kind of, I could boil this down to a good EP. But they were cleaning out the closet and getting rid of everything that they had.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
For me, the start of the show is definitely Volume 1.
Yes, for sure. And those are going for like salty money, like $100, $75
Really?
to $100. Yeah.
This
Which
version or just the regular?
the regular.
Oh, really?
I had no idea that the version you had there is probably going for probably 125 or 150 actually.
Okay.
So, and here's the weird thing about that, like, and I can't answer it why, but when Marbles hit, I was all on board. I was all in, but I was also very involved with Porcupine Tree around that time. Like, you know, they're my buddies, and I did a lot of like stuff for them and work for them and touring and regarding their tours and everything. And for some strange reason, man, I just completely lost the plot on Marillion. Like,
Okay.
I just, you know, and I don't even know why it happens, but sometimes on bands, you just check out without any real good reason. I had no reason to leave after Marbles. Maybe I heard more. I don't remember. Maybe I heard Marbles and was like, or not Marbles, somewhere else, and was like, what the fuck is this garbage? Yeah. It could have happened the way. I don't recall. But there was a lot going on. I was going through a divorce right around then that may have had a big, you know, my kids, and there was a lot happening. And I just lost track of them for quite a while. So I did not even know there was this album until much, much later. Like, we're talking like 5 or 6 years later. I didn't even know about it because I had stepped away from Marillion. I probably somewhere along the line checked out somewhere else and went, ugh. Or maybe that fucking acoustic thing that they did where they, what's it called? Not Made Again. What's it called?
Less is More.
Yeah. Which is, you know, it's okay, but it's very few bands can do that and really get away with it well.
Yeah.
And I don't honestly think they did personally. That's just me. Even though I loved them when they did the Los Murillos thing, I just didn't. It didn't blow me away. But yeah, I didn't know about this. So the first time I listened, I'm not gonna lie to you, was yesterday. The first time I listened to it. So I had no idea about this album at all. I had at least listened to Fear, No Sound, and the new one, the most recent one. I didn't even know this existed until yesterday. So I was like, wait, what is... I thought it was one of those, you know, cobbled together things that they like to do, like a Racket Club release or something. So this one kind of shocked me a little bit. So my opinion on it, very much based on very initial listens. So go ahead, Johnny.
Well, I like these albums. Back in the day when they came out, I think it was around the same sort of time as Fear of the Lake Planet by Porcupine Tree.
Yeah.
And
would have been a little after, but close.
Yeah, they're around the same sort of time. And there was a time where a mate of mine was getting every month or so he'd get a DVD off some dodgy bloke that he worked with that had all the latest albums on. Yeah, so you get like whatever time it was, you get a DVD, and all the latest albums that came out that month would be on that. So I had a few off him, and this is one of the albums. So when it came out, I had a copy of it that I had on a DVD. I downloaded it onto my hard drive in my computer, so I listened to it quite a lot. I think I prefer part 2 a bit more than part 1, weirdly.
That is weird. I'm surprised by that, actually.
It just seemed to flow a lot better because whether it's because I'd heard it was the actual album and the other stuff was filler, I don't know, and it was in my head that was the proper album. Yeah, I prefer it. As I said, Dreamy Street is just a piano-y thing. This Train Is My Life is just slow paced. It kind of builds quite well. Essence is some different instrumentation in there. It gets a bit mid paced. Got a great climax. Lapped in Time drags a bit. Liquidity, piano interlude, bit pointless. Nothing Feels a Whole. It's quite a cool soul-y sort of pop track. Quite like it. Woke Up. Reminded me of Pure Morning by Placebo. Don't know why. And then goes into the sound. Occasionally does it, but H's voice reminds me a bit of what's his face? The singer from The Police. Sting. It's got it just sounds that reminds me a bit of Sting. So The Police anyway.
Yeah, that's
that sort of sound. Trap the Spark. It's got quite a chilled intro with a sort of piano and then the guitar and H comes in. It's all right. State of Mind. It's quite upbeat, melodic. Happiness of Load is probably the best track on here for me. On the part
for sure.
1. 10-minute epic. It's got a bit of a jazzy, noodly middle bit. Some honky tonk piano in it. It's a great track. And then there's a thing called Half Full Jam, I think it's called. And it's possibly one of the heaviest thing they've done. It's like a jam session. And that's literally where they get the name from. It's just a jam session. But then when you go to part 2, The Hard Shoulder, the first track, Thunderfly, it's the same jam, but they actually changed the lyrics and put a proper song in it. The Half Full Jam, they just essentially say Half Full Jam quite a bit, which I quite like. The Man from Planet Marzipan, as Scott said, it's really good. I like it. It's got a little bit of slap bass on it, which is cool. It's got a spacey sort of sound to it. There's some interesting instrumentation, almost Indian sounding. Asylum Satellite 1, melodic. Again, it's spacey. It seems kind of flow from the last track. It's quite epic. It's heavy in places. Older Than Me, I just put a short, beautiful ballad. It was only about like 3 minutes, and it makes a change. Throw Me Out. Starts off with some violins and builds in. It's mid-paced. It's all right. It's got a bit of a choir, vocals on it. Half the World, acoustic, poppy rocker. I quite like it. Whatever's Wrong With You, which I think was a single. It's got very rocky sound. Another, almost got heavy metal solo in it, which I quite like. Especially True, another mid-paced, rocky sort of chorus with a solo. I think I like it because it's quite a rocky album. There's probably not as much Marillion in it for you, Scott. This is part 2, which is probably why you don't get it. But as you say, Real Tears for Sale is the track on part 2. Epic. It's bluesy. It's got some, I think, pipes in it as well, or something like that. It's just got a
actually, Johnny. Let me interject for a sec. This album sees Marillion experimenting with a host of new instruments, including dulcimers, glockenspiels, harmonium, French horns, sleigh bells, harp, and zither. The title track, Happiness is the Road, is inspired by Eckhart Tolle's book, The Power of Now. The album's artwork was created by Spanish artist Antonio Cejas in operation with Marillion's longtime designer Carl Glover, who we talked about already. And should also be noted that the overall playing time is 110 minutes, so literally almost 2 hours. Yeah. And then 116 with the bonus track, which is the half jam track, which actually turns out to be one of the best tracks on the albums, actually. And it was available in separate formats, 2 separate jewel case CDs, and then a download, which, by the way, Scott, do you remember? Because I wasn't around. Did the download actually come first where you could come and download it for free, right?
I think it did. I think it came out before we got our campaign editions.
Right. And what they were trying to do apparently was to see how many people would rip them off for free stuff to just gauge what was going on, because the mix was off. Like they the uploading was really shitty apparently, right? Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't download it either. I never download anything. I don't use Spotify. I use YouTube when I'm going to listen to stuff, or the real deal. But anyways, so it was legally available on file sharing networks, a deluxe campaign edition, which I think is what you have, right?
Yeah.
Containing both CDs and special artwork. In most of the world, initially the physical formats were only available via mail order, which you did from the website. Only in the U.S. and Poland has the album been available in retail shops from the start. However, when only about a third of the expected sales were achieved via mail order, Marillion decided to release a worldwide retail version via EMI. That's why. This version has been available since February of 2009. And Johnny, you said you have volume 2 on vinyl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Amazon has volume 2 on there for like $30, $29. So they're trying to dump that thing because somebody has it and has a bunch of them, right? But you can't find volume 1 anywhere.
No. So I got this cheap. I'll admit, I only paid about 28, 29 pounds for it.
That's
but I thought the double album's quite good.
That's what I can get it for right now. So all right.
Yeah, it's got a couple of live tracks on it. It's got Nothing Fills the Hole and Woke Up Live on it as well. Which is quite cool.
Did you have anything you wanted to wrap up with? Want to wrap anything up?
Packaging.
Oh, they're nice. Yeah.
Nice pictures and that sort of thing.
I wish they had volume 1 in that. I'd snag that fast.
Yeah, but I said for me, I was all right because I prefer volume 2. So
yeah, it's interesting.
I wasn't that fussed about volume 1. I hadn't, I thought, well, I always preferred volume 2 anyway when I had the digital copy on my hard drive. So I'll pick this one up and that'll do me. I'm not that fussed about volume 1. So yeah, I quite enjoy it, and it's actually quite high up, if I'm honest. This is quite high up in my thing. I don't know. It just seemed to resonate with me. Whether it's because it's quite a rocky sort of album. There's not as many long epic songs on it. There's lots of short songs. I just like it.
Yeah.
Good album.
All right. I don't have a lot to say about this because I only kind of discovered it existed in the last 2 days. So how could I have like a really good opinion of it? I will say I agree with Scott. Essence is far better than half the Hard Shoulder. I think it starts out pretty cool with This Train Is My Life. It's a pretty cool rock song. Essence is really, really great song. I really like Nothing Fills the Hole. Really love Trap the Spark, man. That's a great track. Really killer track. Might be my favorite, even over Happiness Is the Road, which is kind of the track of this album. And then Half Full Jam, man, that's a killer track. Really good. They're just jamming, man. It's awesome. And it shows what great professional musicians they are, just how good they are, right? Hard Shoulder, Thunderfly, man, I don't like that song at all. Not a fan of it. I do like Man from Marzipan. Like you said, it's kind of trippy and spacey and cool. And then they kind of carry that into Asylum Satellite. Older Than Me, blah. Throw Me Out, blah. Half the World, which is that a song they already did? No?
I don't think
I
so.
think so. No.
What was that other song they did with has a similar title?
The Other Half?
Huh?
The Other Half?
Yeah, the other half. Okay, well, there you go. It's got half in it. It's okay. It's okay. Real Tears for Sale is the banger of the album. That's kind of honestly the only reason I'd probably buy this, which isn't a ringing endorsement. It just feels like Scott said, kind of a lot of leftover shit that they just wanted to purge the hard drives, man. Get all that shit off there, right? Is it worth owning if you can get it for under $10? Yeah. All right, if you're a completist, you got to have it. Apparently, I have to have it. I haven't convinced myself fully of that, but apparently I do. Is it necessary for a new fan? Not even remotely. Not even remotely. So, if they had taken songs like Real Tears for Sale, The Man from Planet Marzipan, maybe Asylum Satellite, and thrown them on the first album and knocked off kind of like Wrapped Up in Time and Happy, A State of Mind, you could have had a fucking banger, a Marbles like album almost. But yeah, it just so doing this deep dive, I learned that there is more I need to add to the collection. So my wallet is over there going, hey, stop. Just stop, you fucker. All right, let's move on to and by the way, quick notes on that. That was October 2008, 20th, 2008 was the physical release. Came out on Intact and EMI for CD only. Michael Hunter back for engineering mixing along with Marillion. So and it's funny, I was looking at this, then they put out early stages, which check this out. And I know Scott's going to be like, well, I own it. Do you have the full 6-disc box set?
Yes, I do.
You fucker. You. Look at this. Look at this.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
Yeah. So if you're really in dire need for cash, you know what you can do. I look, they have the 2-disc like compilation of it, $29. But I don't know, man. Now I'm like, fuck, man. Now I know that it bugs me, right? Live from Lorelei comes next. I do not own it. Recital of the Script I do own on DVD. It's pretty cool. And then we get to Less is More in 2009. So we're not going to talk about this because why bother? It's just a rehash of a lot of tracks from other albums that they do acoustically. I don't own it. I assume you do, Scott.
Yeah, I do.
I've got
Is it really essential?
No, it's not essential. There's one new song that is pretty slight and forgettable. It's different arrangements. I mean, it's cool, but in the book they did admit that this was like we need some cash inflow. So
yeah, it's if you're a completist, you'll probably want it.
Yeah,
I've seen them out on eBay for $3 or $4. I'll probably grab one.
Yeah.
Probably listen to it once, never listen to it again. That's just how it works,
Cheap coffee. I got a cheap one as well, Jeff. Because I thought I better have it. It's all right. Let's say it does what it says on the tin. It's acoustic versions of old songs. So and they say one new one. It's all right.
It's a cash grab. It's a cash grab.
Yeah.
Then we have the singles 82 to 88. Do you have that, Scott? That one's kind of hard to find too, although not as crazy as Stages.
Well, this is the box with everything in an individual sleeve.
Oh, that's probably the one that's valuable.
It's been reissued with just compiling everything on just like 2 or 3 CDs. So
yeah. Is that worth having? Probably is, right? Kind of.
For me, yes. No, I mean, if you have the Market Square Heroes EP, that's the star of the show here.
I do have that. Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah, I've got that as well.
two or three live tracks, and it does have all the bonus.
So it's got 3 Boats Down and Grendel.
Yeah.
Which is really all you need from back then, man. I mean,
right.
3 Boats Down, one of the greatest Marillion songs ever fucking written.
Yeah.
That keyboard line is so fucking evil, man. It's so good.
It does have, of course, it has all the B-sides like Tucson and
Margaret.
If you have the 2-disc versions, you have that anyway. So
charting this. See, I have on that first disc I'm looking at. I own all the 12-inch versions, so I have all the original OG 12 inches. So I've got Charting, Garden Party, Margaret, Punch and Judy 7. I've got all that shit, and the original, the Market Square Heroes, 3 Boats, Assassin. I have that on 12-inch.
Right.
So probably won't bother with it, because when you get to like this, is that 3 disc? How many disc is it?
Well, mine is 12 discs.
Yeah, because it's all the singles.
Because it's everything separately. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
I think
2 or 3 tracks.
I think the reissue maybe 3 discs. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And actually, I have all that shit, like everything. So
right.
All right. Okay, moving on to sounds that can't be made. We're almost there, guys. We might actually get in under 4.5 hours. Maybe. So I do not own it. I did listen to it when it first came out. I have to say I like All the World's a Stage. I've struggled to fully connect with Post Marvel's Marillion. I'm not sure why. I can't say why. I really don't know. However, I did buy this. I bought an OG from the Netherlands for like $13, $14. So that leaves me with 3 things I gotta get that are catalog studio items, and that's the most recent one, which I can get anywhere, and Fear, which is really becoming difficult to find for some reason. I haven't gone on Discogs yet, so I probably will find it there. And then, of course, the other one I'm missing is Happiness, which probably is going to prove to be the most difficult to find, like either OGs or even that double disc seems to be like super spicy, man, like $50-$60. And I'm like, do I really want it for that? I'm not sure I do. So, okay, Johnny, I think you're up for sounds. Am I right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I do have the CD.
Okay.
I think it's there's a hype sticker on it that says the new studio album. So I presume this is an original version. I really liked it when it first came out, but listening to it again, it's not that brill. It's not great. I placed it quite low down, to be honest. I don't know what I don't like about it. I don't know whether it doesn't flow well. I think it's probably because they tried to do too many long tracks on it.
Yeah.
As I said, it starts off with Gaza, which is 17 minutes long. I feel like, for me, it's just them deciding that they wanted to do Kashmir by Led Zeppelin. It has that vibe to me.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to go for the epic, and it's something I don't know whether it's the guitar sound reminds me of Jimmy Page. I don't know, but it's a Kashmir sort of thing to me. It didn't need to be 17 minutes. I didn't hate it. It just seemed a bit much.
Can I interject for a sec? They were trying to do Ocean Cloud, and it ain't Ocean Cloud, number 1. Number 2, it could be about 12 minutes.
Yeah. Sounds that can't be made. It's quite proggy in a later Pink Floyd sort of way. It's about 7 minutes long. Pour My Love was a cool little ballad, not too bad. Power was, I put like it's a poppy ballad, but it's almost like a power ballad. It was okay.
Johnny, let me interject for 1 sec. Let me interject. I keep the last couple albums I forgot. This came out September 17th, 2012.
Yeah.
On Ear Music, which licensed it. They have Mike Hunter back again. And what's interesting about this is they had a deluxe campaign edition, which Scott's probably going to show, which contains a bonus DVD with a feature-length documentary called Making Sounds. And they jump into the 5.1 surround mix thing, which everybody started to jump on in that. I mean, they're a little late to it, actually, if you want to get real about it, because PT were one of the first with In Absentia in 2002. So they weren't like making it a key item in their special packaging. But again, man, it's a 74-minute album, right? And it also, and they did put a Blu-ray set out as part of a Sunday Night Above the Rain. And obviously with Gaza, very political, and so apropos to now, almost 13 years later, right? I think the lyrics are incredible to it, and it just shows what a lyricist Hogarth became over the years. But I agree with you. It's too long. It's too long. Go ahead.
Yeah. Montreal is kind of a nice little piano riff and the bass of it, and the guitars come in pretty epic. I think that one's about 14 minutes. Invisible Ink. It's a bit of a Genesis sort of vibe to me, but not Gabriel Genesis. Phil Collins Genesis. I think it's quite a good track. It's I quite don't mind that one. Lucky Man, cool guitar riffs, mid-paced. Sky Above the Lane, another 10-minute song. It's the epic soaring sort of thing that they like to put at the end. I don't know. It's like 8 songs and it lasts about 4 hours, or seems to for me. It's just
yeah. 74 hours is what it lasts. 74 minutes.
That's it. There you go.
Yeah, it's very long, very long.
So yeah, it's not one of my favorites, if I'm honest. I don't know. I probably need to listen to it a bit more.
I agree.
Maybe I'm right. I don't know.
I'm with you completely on this. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, I'll show my fancy version.
Look at you.
Campaign edition.
Oh, nice.
You are such a suck ass.
Take my money. This was expensive too. I think it was like $50 or $60.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty though.
It's pretty.
Very pretty. Yeah.
It has the names in it and everything, and lots of cool photos. And like you said, it has the making of DVD. Just kind of notes about the album. Apparently, this album is the closest they ever came to breaking up, because they had no ideas left. They were starting from scratch, and the process was slow, and they went away to I don't remember the exact locations, but they kept going away to studios or like getaways to write, and they come back with nothing. And they were, I think Mark and Steve Hogarth were kind of at each other's throats for a while. So they took a break, and then they came back, and then eventually things all came together and they got the album done. So I've talked to other fans that said they hated this when it came out and then it grew on them. I'm kind of the opposite. When this came out, I loved it. I'll show this. I got this other version too. This is the tour edition with a bonus disc of some radio session or whatever, just because I'm a collector scum. I liked it immediately, and it has, as the years have gone by, it's sort of kept falling down. You guys are right. It's too long. Gaza, I think I wouldn't change anything about. I love Gaza. It's super heavy, lots of cool parts to it. I I'm usually turned off by political lyrics, even if I agree with what they're telling me. I don't want to be yelled at and preached at in my records. But I thought Hogarth does a great job of keeping it at a human level,
Yes,
so
yeah.
that it doesn't matter who you're siding with. You can understand where he's coming from.
I agree.
So Gaza, I think that's kind of the gem on here for me.
I still think it's a little long, but I agree completely with your take on the lyrics. They're very human. They're very wide scope, very humanitarian.
Right. Sounds that can't be made. I think the end saves it. It's kind of pleasant throughout. I like the part at the end where it kind of builds up and builds up and builds up, and then it's like you're shooting into space, and then it's the Aurora Borealis. I'm not going to sing it because my singing voice is horrible, but the ending I love.
Mm-hmm.
Pour My Love, it's whatever. I could take or leave. Power's okay. Montreal,
too long,
and
way too long.
I want to love it because it's about the Montreal weekends, which I go to.
It's a day in the life of Steve Hogarth,
right?
Telling you what his life is like for these things. Have you gone to one of them? You've gone?
Yeah, I've been to 5.
Yeah. So yeah, that I agree. But man, 15 fucking minutes. Come on, man.
Yeah,
14 minutes. Sorry.
And if you you follow how they write, especially now, they just jam. Michael Hunter records it. He picks out bits that he thinks are cool, and then they kind of stitch things together. Right. And a lot of times, if I didn't know that, I couldn't tell. Montreal feels real stitched together.
Yes.
Just this part and this 2-minute section and this minute and a half and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
I don't hate it, but it's not a great song.
Now I get though. There's a nostalgic thing for those of you that have gone to the What do they call them? The Marillion. What do they call them?
Marillion weekend. And it's a killer thing, right? I almost went, and you probably see John Wesley open, right? I would think. I did. Yeah, the first time I went, he opened, and then he played. Yeah. He played at some little bar on one of the other afternoons. So we went and
because he was guitar teching for Rothery for a long time, and but man, it just goes on forever. And it's boring.
It really does.
Boring.
It really does.
A lot of it's very boring.
Yeah. Let's see. Invisible Ink. It's a pleasant enough kind of little ballady thing. Lucky Man, I don't care about at all. The Sky Above the Rain, I do like, and maybe it's just the emotion of it, adding into it with the lyrics about falling out of love and what do you do, and I think it builds up really well at the end. So I think the opener and the closer I wouldn't change. Kind of everything in the middle. There's good and bad. So yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy it quite a bit, but it's definitely fallen in my esteem over the years.
Yeah, it's not high in the latter portion of their career for me. I like Gaza. I still think it should be like 13 minutes, 12. So we differ on that. But I agree with you. The lyrical content and sentiment is stellar, actually. It's really intense. It's like literally telling the point of view of a kid in the Gaza Strip trying to fucking just live. Like, why do we have to live this way? Right. Why? You're seeing it now. I don't side with either because Hamas is fucking evil, clearly. And they're using those people as political cannon fodder. But the Israeli government is not doing the right thing overall. And so who wins? How do we win that thing? No one wins. There's no winner there. And the only losers are these kids who are not going to get, many are not going to get to live real lives at all, right? And we have it so fucking good over here. When it's bad, we have it good over here. Like, just realize that, people. I don't want to get super political, but in the United States or the UK or Europe, when you're in a civilized civilization, you are so fucking lucky, man. Because you don't have to worry about bombs dropping on you every fucking day. You don't have to worry about running water or a sewer system or food every day. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Anyway, Gaza, intense. I still think it's a little too long. Sounds can't be made. It's a very good track. Like you said, it's saved by the ending 3 minutes or so. Power. I really like Power. I think it's a cool song. It's probably the heaviest track on the album. It's got the most riffs on it. It's got the most rothery, so I dig it. Is it great? Borderline. Montreal would be great if it's a 5-minute song or a 6-minute song. It is 14 fucking minutes. It's so overblown. No. Invisible Ink. Nothing. Lucky Man, I kind of like the chorus a little bit, but that's about all that's of it that is consequential. And The Sky Above the Rain, pretty cool track, pretty atmospheric, pretty building. Probably maybe the third best track on the album. But is it like quintessential Marillion? Probably not. It's borderline. So this one, like Johnny, I feel like I might have missed something on this, and I might need to go back. Hence why I bought it. I wouldn't have bought it if I was like, this fucking thing sucks, right? Although I did with Somewhere Else. So there you go. I just lied on I just tattletale on myself. I wanted that. I am going to get all these albums to have them, but, some will not get listened to. I suspect this one won't get a lot of airtime. Just suspect. So, all right. We're getting there, guys.
All right.
4 years later. Fuck Everyone and Run, the 18th studio album by Marillion. As with many crowdfunding pioneers, turned to their fans to finance a new album. This time, the group decided to join the online direct-to-fan music platform Pledge Music in order to expand their management and customer service possibilities. The pre-order campaign was launched September 1st, 2015, and by October 6th, fans from 67 countries pledged to buy the album. The money received enabled Marillion to tour across South America and in May of 2016, North America, which is when I saw them. The album was recorded between 2014 and 2016 at Racket Club Studios in Buckinghamshire, as well as Peter Gabriel's Real World Studios. That's like kind of interesting. In Wiltshire, where Marillion spent a week in the end of 2016. The band revealed the cover art and announced the album as Fuck Everyone and Run. Singer Steve Hogarth commented on the title, saying, "The title is adopted not in anger with any intention to shock. It is adopted and sung in the song New Kings, tenderly in sadness and resignation, inspired by an England and a world which increasingly functions on an every man for himself philosophy." I won't bore you with examples. They're all over the newspaper every day. Donald Trump, you fucking scumbag. There's a sense of foreboding that permeates each of these, much of this record. I have a feeling that we're approaching some kind of sea change in the world, an irreversible political, financial, humanitarian, and environmental storm. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that my fear of what seems to be approaching is just that and not fear of what is actually happening. That's a great fucking statement right there, man. That is prescient as hell 7 years ago, right?
Yeah.
We are seeing that. I don't want to get super political, but if you watch my channel, you know my beliefs. Not a super liberal. I'm not a super right-wing guy. But if America is stupid enough to elect that fucking cunt Donald Trump again, we're in big, big trouble globally. So we'll move on from that. Scott, wait, Johnny, are you up?
I
think you are. Fear.
I don't remember. Okay.
I didn't obviously pre-order it, and this is just the normal standard version that came out. I think I did pre-order it off Amazon or something. I love this album. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
Real good. Real good.
For me, it was a proper return of form. It was almost like that. I like the way they split it with the little bits. It's almost like a concept album again, stuff like the New Kings and the Levers. There's nothing bad about this album. There really isn't. I've not actually made any notes on it because I stupidly thought I loved it so much when it came out. I'll just remember. And obviously I don't, because I'm fucking old and shit comes out my head and I don't remember anything of it, apart from the fact that I love it. And I thought to myself, shall I listen to it before I do the stream? I thought, well, no, I'm passionate about it. I know where it is in my list. And I figured Scott will say how good it is anyway. Yeah. I'm guessing because I know, chatting to, as said, my friend in work that was into Marillion, we both gushed about this album when it came out.
It's a great album.
And really, it had a lot of positive reviews. So I think I listened to it about a year ago and still really enjoyed it. So I know the New Kings is absolutely brilliant. You know, with the Fuck Everyone in None and Luscious Locked Doors and all that. The Levers as well. That's probably my favourite block of tracks. But yeah, absolutely brilliant album. I love this. I'd like to get this on vinyl, but I don't even know if it's been released or what. But as Jeff says, it's quite hard to get hold of for some reason. I don't know why. I'm just pleased I got it.
Yeah, I don't know why it's hard to find that one. It's not that old. It's only 7 years old, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure Scott has the collector edition. Of course he does. Look at that thing. Whoa! Whoa! You went all out, bro.
Love flexing.
Well, there's a slipcase and then
gorgeous.
The book in there.
Ah, killer. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's hard to show, especially with the glare, but just lots of illustrations and photos and whatnot.
Yeah. Stellar.
Making up DVD again, and my name's in it. So let's go. Let's talk about the actual album, though. I was really I didn't know how this would land with you guys. I thought you guys might hate this, so I'm very pleased. Yeah, this is a fucking masterpiece. I don't know how else to say it. It's really only 5 tracks, and they're long, and we've complained about them going on too long, but I wouldn't change a second of this. So from and this I had the opposite reaction from Sounds That Can't Be Made, which I liked right away. This one, the first time I heard it, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" It's all over the place. There's really no choruses. I was just really bummed. Like I think I hate this. But then I started to get my head around it, and now I think it's genius. El Dorado, I love the that keyboard part that comes in at the gold, the just kind of ushering in what the main body of the song, and the lyrics are just incredible. I love just the what's the line? Mowing to the beat of the coming storm, like imagining this middle-aged guy just out there mowing the lawn, mad about the news and all these immigrants, and it just really painted a picture. And then when it closes out with the Grandchildren of Apes, the really tender kind of human part of it, kind of getting out of the anger and trying to get back to a place we want to be. Just fantastic. Living in Fear, the single, great song. That one, I say I wouldn't change anything. I think the single edit of that actually is a little bit stronger, but it doesn't take away from the regular version. The Levers, holy shit!
Yeah.
When I saw them on this tour and they didn't play the Levers, I was so crushed. Because they were saving it for the weekend, I guess, the following weekend.
Yeah.
But I have seen it since, so the whole thing is great, but just the build up to the One Tonight part, I just can't. It's a musical orgasm. I just that One Tonight part.
Love it.
I think I could just listen to that on repeat until I'm dead. And a lot of times now, even if they don't play the whole song, they might just close a show with just that section. White Paper has really risen. At first, that was kind of the throwaway one to me, but I've grown to really love that one too. And again, great lyrics about, you're the big rock star, and then you come home and you got to live this regular life and kind of adjust and realize that you're not the shit. You're just a guy. And then the New Kings, fantastic. That was the advanced kind of. I think they put that out as a download before the.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I've heard that one before. Great song. Again, the "Why Is Nothing Ever True" part at the end is fantastic. If I changed anything, I might put the Levers at the end and put the New Kings in the middle to kind of end it on like more of a happy note. But it's nitpicking. This is one of the best albums I've ever heard.
Yeah, certainly of the post Marbles era, this is probably, I would say, their best statement so far. And it came out September 23rd, 2016. Recorded at Racket Club. It's 68 minutes, 10 seconds long. Michael Hunter produced. They seem to really be in touch, like in tune with that guy. It came out on Intact and Ear Music. They partnered with them. And the customers of the Pledge Music campaign received access to download the song suite, The New Kings, on July 7th. And an edited version of the song was made available to the public on their YouTube channel. Campaign offered various options of pre-ordering the album, called only by the code name M18 at the time, including CD download, a limited edition, ultimate edition box set, which Scott, that bastard, has.
No, I don't have that.
No, you don't have the.
There's a bigger box that has.
Oh, it has a Blu-ray.
Yep.
Containing a making of the album. Originally, the album was slated to release on May 1st, 16, but was later postponed to 9 September and again to 23rd September. Fuck Everyone and Run, FEAR, was released as a standard CD, a multi-channel SACD, and also a 33 1/3 RPM vinyl with a slightly different track listing. Also, a special limited edition golden vinyl version was released on 2017 for Record Store Day of April 22. April 22nd, 2017. It peaked at number 4, making the band's highest chart since Clutching at Straws. Yeah, man. Absolutely essential, I think. I don't think you disagree, either of you. And, why it's so hard to find, I'm not sure. So I haven't really dug super deep in the last couple of days, but I know I got to find it. And I remember prior to going down to DC to see them in November of 2016, I remember it came out in September and I checked it out. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Shades of Marbles, but not quite. But certainly the best thing, in my opinion, they had done since Marbles, easily. And so this is one that, I don't think if you're a fan of the band, you can overlook. I just don't think you should. Good luck finding it cheap. I don't know that you can, but you might at some point. And they may reissue it soon because we're working on 7-8 years now that they're coming up on since it released. So probably due for a release at some point. The production is amazing. The songs, El Dorado, just it's a roller coaster of Marillion. Is it their best? No, but it's very good. Living in Fear, cool track. The Lever is the best song. The best song on the album. It's stunning.
Yeah.
It's just, oh, man. The Vapor Trails in the Sky section and the One Tonight section, so fucking killer. White Paper, I have to say, escaping me at the moment. I don't recall it. So it might be the one weak point on the album. Again, we're talking 68 minutes. So even if you cut that out, it'd still be a 61-minute album. New Kings, Fuck everyone to run. Russia's locked doors. A scary sky. Why is nothing ever true? So good. So good. And so good live, man. So good live, right? So yeah, this is a banger of an album. Of the post Marvel stuff, easily the best album that they did for me. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on, I think they did a With Friends from Orchestra album in 2019. I did not pick it up. It's a lot of tracks. There you go. Johnny's got it. It's got Estonia Collection, which is off the No One Can B-side. A Fantastic Place, Beyond You, Strange Engine, Hollow Man, Sky Above the Rain, Seasons End, Close Your Clouds. So it's with the orchestra. If you're into Metallica S&M, but you want it to be, Marillion, go for it. Probably not my thing, to be honest with you. And
It's
then,
all right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. As you say, it's like Metallica S&M. It's songs
S&M.
with an orchestra.
Yeah,
it's okay.
S&M. Yeah.
It's not essential. Let's put it that way, is it? like the acoustic one. It's not essential, but
no, exactly. Like if
sometimes
you're a
you just have
completist,
things up.
yeah, if you're a completist and you can find it cheap, you'll probably want it, but otherwise, no.
Which is why I've got it.
Yeah. So March of 22, which ironically is like 2 months, about a month before I moved in here, I found out that they were putting out their 26th studio album, released March 22 by Intact and Ear. And August 3rd, 21, Marillion announced the launch of their new pre-order campaign for the recording and release of new studio album, With Friends from Orchestra. Well, no, wait, that's not right. What the fuck? Wait, when did the orchestra album come out? It was 2019. What the fuck are they talking?
I think.
Yeah, Wikipedia. Often fucked up. Frontman Steve Hogarth said the overall feeling of the album is surprisingly upbeat, with choir noir adding new soul and color to the music. They're talking about they had the wrong thing in there. It should be the new album, which is called An Hour
before
it starts. Yeah.
Yeah.
This album includes a behind-the-scenes documentary about the making of the record, a performance of Murder Machines from Real World Studios. Came out March 4th, 2022. To promote the record, several London black cabs were decorated with the album's artwork, and the free rides are given to customers. If customers mention a password, which was the album's title. Promotion ran from March 4th to 14th. They then did a 9-date UK tour in September of 22, and it entered the charts, UK charts, at number 2, our highest chart position since Clutching at Straws. And interestingly, again, this is one of those ones that have like a number of titles but subtitles. So first track is Be Hard on Yourself, but it has 3 subtitles. Second track, Reprogram the Gene, 3 subtitles. Third track, Only a Kiss, kind of an interlude. Fourth, Murder Machines, which I believe was the single, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got track 5, which is The Crow and the Nightingale. Track 6, which is Sierra Leone, which has 5 parts to it. And then Care is the last song, which has 4 parts. So, and then after the 4 minutes of silence following Angels on Earth at the end, the CD plays a 12-inch remix of Murder Machine. So, what do you think, guys? What do you guys think of the final album, man? The most recent album, I should say. We'll start with Johnny. I'll go with you.
Okay. I've not got a lot to say about it because I've only just had it recently. I've got it, but I can't tell you anything about it. I picked up the one with the DVD. I've only given it one listen when I had it. I only had it like December last year, so I kept it was in my Amazon basket for for months, obviously.
Yep.
And there was always something else I was going to get instead of it because I thought, well, it's a new Marillion album; it'll always be there. And then it was suddenly went really expensive, and then it dropped again. I thought, fuck it, I better get it while it's drops, otherwise I won't be able to pick up this version. So I've only listened to it once. I didn't hate it, but obviously nothing's Murder Machines. I did like the single, and I think
great single. Yeah.
I think I'd watched the video on YouTube a couple of times and thought it was cracking. But yeah, I can't say any more about it. I need to listen to it.
It's okay.
I'll need to live with it a few more times.
I've
had to put it low because I can't remember it.
But I got you. Not a problem. This was a lot. Let's just say this, guys. We had to literally listen to 15 albums to prepare. That's a lot of work. No matter what anyone says, it's to sit down, get yourself in the headspace to listen to the same band 15 albums in a row. It can be a slog, even if the albums are great. It can be a process and a lot of work. So I get it, Johnny. No problem.
I think
Scott,
I'm
how about you?
Not out of steam today.
That's all right. How about you, Scott?
Before I start, I wanted to give a special fuck you to Pledge Music and their graves because this was out in the shops for like a month before we got ours. I just wanted to say that. Are
you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I'd love to get that one,
anyway.
but I bet you that one will cost me a lot to get that one. So
yeah, I mean, I don't look, so I don't know. I did buy the CD on Amazon like last Christmas, and it was like $12-13, but I don't know if it's still there.
It's not there, man. Not there right now. Yeah.
Anyway, so an hour before it's dark, I got the
look at you, flexing motherfucker, you.
So
I'm so glad you had these, man. I love it.
Yeah, same deal. Big book, names in it. It also has a making of and whatnot. With regard to all the short tracks, I guess that was a Spotify deal. That's why they did it.
Yeah, probably.
Because you get paid by track, not by time. So they were cutting it into little sections, which is kind of annoying if you're trying to listen to it digitally because even, there'll be little gaps in between. But anyway, what do I love it? I love it so much. I might love it more than Fear. It is different from Fear. It's much more upbeat. It's shorter, kind of tighter. Be hard on yourself. I just think it's a great rocking track to start, and it's like, I don't know, it's like 9 minutes, but it doesn't feel like it. It just really just flows awesomely. And then into Reprogram the Gene, which I'm gonna say every song is my favorite song, but there's another song that's my favorite. But Reprogram the Gene I love as well. Kind of fucked up lyrics because I think they're saying that COVID is the cure for the planet or something. I don't know. Have you guys read the lyrics at all?
No, I think it's the exact opposite actually. But go ahead.
Oh, well, the cure is the disease. Starts with the letter C. I don't know what they're talking about. Anyway. But who cares? I like the song. Murder Machines, an excellent single.
Man,
an excellent
song. Great.
A song that you can play again, like for a normie, and say, "Hey, the new Marillion's out. Check out this song." And it's it's not 20 minutes, and it's immediate. You'll like it right away. The Crow and the Nightingale, I struggled with a little bit at first. I thought it was kind of boring, but I've really gotten into the vibe of it. Speaking of, you talked about Choir Noir. They're just on here. Very sparsely, just in very select sections, but I think it does add a lot to a lot of the songs. Sierra Leone, I like it. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I like it a lot. But freaking Care. By the time it's over, every time I'm trying not to cry. Just the whole storyline of it.
Is that the story about Steve's friend with cancer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heavy.
Starts out with a kind of like a bouncy bass part in the first section, maintenance drugs, and then it kind of gets into more of a mellow section as he's like thinking about his partner and his life and what she's meant to him, and I'm gonna start crying talking about it. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy.
Yeah, and then you get to the end where the angels on Earth part and the sorry,
All right.
just the chorus of that, and then that kind of builds up, and then the choir comes in like just at the right part, and that's when like the tears start coming for me. Yeah, Care is incredible. When I saw him do the album live, like I thought I was a freak, but I'm looking around and like everybody's crying. Like it's just
When did you see this at the Montreal thing?
yeah, the Montreal 2022 weekend they played the whole thing, and then in 2023 they did it again. So
Yeah, I'm gonna look into if they do a Montreal thing again in 24, which they probably are, right?
it's usually every 2 years. So they skipped 2021 and did 2022 was the
25,
makeup.
isn't it?
So 25 will
Yes,
be the next one.
it shows 25.
25,
I was
okay,
looking
so-
after this week as I was going through the albums, I realised that I definitely need to go and see Marillion with Hogarth because I've not seen him.
Yeah.
So I was looking for UK tours, and there's nothing at the moment. Obviously, I missed it when the album came out, so I was just looking at things. And as you say, I think it's 2025 is the next.
But they're not a band that
sure.
goes out like every album and tours massively. They're not that band. They pick and choose their spots, and even UK and Europe wise, they don't go crazy. They don't do fucking like 60, 70, 80, 100 dates. They're just not that band.
No, you only get about 3
you gotta
4
remember,
in the UK.
But you got to remember, man, Ian Mosley's 73, 4, I think. And all the other guys are late 60s or more.
Yeah.
Or pushing to 70. And so they're not that band anymore. They're not. And that's understandable. You know, you gotta be sensible. You know, look at the Stones. I mean, Mick Jagger is fucking insane, 80 years old. But how many dates do they do a year? 30, maybe?
Right.
Very different situation than, you know, fucking Coffin Mulch playing, you know, 600 or whatever, 200 dates a year or whatever. It's very different. Yeah. So I feel very fortunate. I've seen Fish 1, 2, 3, 4 times solo. I've seen Marillion 5 times. I've never seen Fish with Marillion, sadly. I didn't get into that actually. I didn't tell that story quick. So Scott, you done or no?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So actually what happened with Fish for me and Marillion was 1985. They were opening for Rush in the United States. And I had tickets. This was 87, actually. I'm sorry, 87. No, it was 85. And for Power Windows. And I was so stoked. I realized somehow through whatever machinations I figured it out. Marillion with Fish is going to open for Rush in Philadelphia in, I believe it was April. I think it was April or May of 85. I get to the show and Blue Oyster Cult comes on stage. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And I had 2 shows, back-to-back shows, Friday, Saturday night. Here it turns out Marillion left the tour the date before at Madison Square Garden in New York. So they came down. They had 1 day between Madison Square and the first Philly date. And that's when, and it was a contractual thing. It was not like they just was like, that Jeff Kiefer guy, he's going to be watching. Let's get out of Dodge. It was just how it worked out. So I never got to see Fish with Marillion, which sucks hard. But yeah, so this album for me, Johnny, did we do this? Yeah. So for me, it's a really good album, man. It's a really good album. Do I think it's better than Fear? I'm not there yet. but it's on par with Fear. So there's that. I mean, you know, the Be Hard on Yourself, man. What a cool opening track, man. Very atmospheric, very smoky, very vibey, very cool track. Reprogram the gene. Clearly this was written over COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Very, from 20 through 21. And Steve talked about the fact that he didn't want to write about COVID. He just did not want to write about COVID. But eventually he had no choice. Because look, man, I mean, for 3 years, it affected all of us in a way that maybe we'll only get to understand at the end of our lives. But it shut commerce down. It shut down a lot of our jobs. It shut down interpersonal connectivity, relationship connectivity, life connectivity, right? And we're only in the last year or so getting back to normal. And it's funny because I know a lot of people, my kids, over Christmas, they both got COVID. My daughter had not, my youngest daughter had not had it. My oldest had. And Christmas was blown, destroyed. I have been out a lot of places. I'm not vaxxed because of my condition. I've yet to get it again. I know it's coming, probably. But I got it in November of 21 and I had it so bad that for 2 months I was sick, like awful sick. It actually did damage to my lungs. And so maybe I have a really good built-in immunity. I don't know. But there's no way that you could go through the last 2 or 3 years and just act like it didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So Hogarth talked about not wanting to write about it, but in the end he wrote about it. And Murder Machines. Man, oh my God, that part where he's like, I put my arms around her and I killed her with my love. It's like, man, it's just so intense, right? Like those words about at that time, I could give you something that could kill you. Like for an older person, right? As an aside, I live with my father, who's 82 years old. Won't get into it, but people that know me know the story. And we were living with a good buddy of his. We had a whole upper top of the house, 3 bedrooms, kitchen, living room, dining room, huge place, split level. He went to a funeral. He was vaxxed, triple vaxxed or whatever, double or whatever. And he got it and he died within 14 days. And we were pretty much told we had 5 weeks to find somewhere to move because the house was under a wraparound mortgage, which means he borrowed the money and the equity. And the kids were like, we got to get rid of this place. You got to go. We don't want to be landlords, And that was a stressful fucking deal, man, because I was coming off of COVID, still very sick, and I had to get us out of that, get us packed, get us out of that place and into a new place. So it was pretty wild. Murder Machines, fucking killer, man. The Crow and the Nightingale, a bit of a slow burn, but a really beautiful track. Sierra Leone, I'm not crazy about it. I like it. But Care, man, what a track, man. So good. And that final part, man, Angels on the Earth, just wow. This one, I think, and it's one of the 3 I don't own yet, just because I'm sorting out where I can get it cheapest, to be honest with you. This one is one that's I feel will rise quite a bit. So there we go, man. Marillion.
We did it.
Steve Hogarth. We did it in 4 hours, 23 minutes, but we're not done.
That's true.
We're not quite done yet. Because we're going to rank these albums with Steve Hogarth. And again, if you want to talk about Fish Marillion, I'll put the link in the description of Lee and I doing the first 4 albums, and then I will put the link for Johnny and I doing the entire Fish discography, which I swear to God, Johnny, that lasted longer than this one.
Yeah, it did. It
I
did.
think it
That was
5
well
and a half
over 5.
hours.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, well over 5 hours, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Over
we
5,
went-
yeah.
we went pretty crazy on that one. So,
Am I killing the vibe or what?
what's that?
Am I killing the vibe?
No. But I think what we wanted to try to do was not make this go for a half a day, right?
Right.
I have a reputation for that. So, and actually, speaking about the Fish stuff, he's reissuing a lot. I think it was the last 3 albums, Johnny, or last 2 or 3. Yeah, 3, I think.
Yeah.
On these extended box set vinyls, and I'm gonna get the
same as the H Fish ones, aren't the Marillion ones? They're
but he's also
with the
doing the
DVD.
full. But Johnny, he's doing the full on box sets of vinyl too.
Oh, he's doing the vinyl as well. Yeah.
For Star.
13 stars, one of them, innit? 13 stars, one of them.
13
I've got
star.
the CD one, 13 star. Yeah.
Feast, and Welchmer's, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say that the last 2 Fish albums, man, kind of blew me away. They're really good.
Welchmer's is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Welchmer's is
Because I saw him on that tour, didn't I? That was the tour I saw him on. And he was doing all of the first album, the first Fish album he did, Wilderness. He did all of that.
Yeah.
Are
you, Scott, are you a big fan of the solo Fish stuff or no? Not so much.
I'm a fan. Not like I am Marillion, but I have them all.
Okay.
I was able to see him one time. It was on the 13th Star Tour. Glad to get
saw
to
him
see
on
him.
that tour.
Yeah.
So on that tour, I saw him twice in Philly and DC on the. He only did 5 dates. What the fuck was that album? Oh, Rain Gods. And then
nice.
I saw him on. What was the one before 13th Star? Crow. Crow. What's that called, Johnny? The Crow one.
I'll go get it now.
Shit. As the Crow Flies? No, that's not it. Shot the Crow? I don't remember. Field of Crows. Field of Crows. Yeah.
You beat me to it.
Yeah. So, I've been lucky, and I met Fish, hung out with him. He's a wonderful guy, huge guy. Just like, for me at 5'8", he towers over me. It's like scary. But yeah. So, Johnny, are you back? He went hunting.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Let's do our ranking of these albums. And
yeah, it was Field of Crows. You were like, yeah,
Field of Crows, right? So there are.
That's 13 star signed by Fish.
Oh, nice.
With 3 CDs and the Blu-ray, and that's
yeah, that's the one I want to get. That one and Welchmer's. That and Welchmer's, yeah. But unfortunately,
do you want Lankin or
what's that?
Are we going to do the Lankin now?
Yeah, we're going to do that. I was going to say that, unfortunately, the fucking postage is just it's insane. How my god! So
it is.
Okay, let's start with we'll start with Johnny on our number 15.
It's probably the same as everybody else's. Somewhere else.
Scott.
Somewhere else.
Booyah. There you go. All right, we're gonna move on to number 14, Johnny.
Well, the caveat is my number 14 is an hour before it starts, because when I was doing my ranking, I couldn't fucking remember what it was like.
Yeah.
Now, as you say, I'm sure once I've listened to it a few more times,
I think it'll jump.
I know it will. Let's face it, it's got to be better than some of the others. So yeah, but at the moment, it's there. I'm afraid. So yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Not a problem. Scott.
All right, since the happiness as the Road albums were released separately, I ranked them separately. So my number 14 is Happiness is the Road, Part 2, The Hard Shoulder.
Ditto.
Nice.
All right, Johnny, number
13.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13. Mine is Sounds That Can't Be Made.
Okay. Scott?
Well, for all my bragging about how much I love this album, it landed at number 13, Radiation.
Ditto. Number 13, Radiation for me as well.
All right.
All right, Johnny, number 12.
Number 12, you're not going to like it. Arachnophobia.
Oh,
Ugh.
I'm actually going to like it a lot. Scott's not going to like it, but I'm going to like it a lot.
Boo. My 12 is Holidays in Eden.
Whoa! Fuck me.
Yeah, hot take.
Number 12,
Yep.
Arachnophobia.
All right.
Johnny, we're in solidarity. Johnny, number
Yep.
11.
Number 11 is Marillion.com.
Scott, number 11.
My 11 is This Strange Engine.
Oh, wow. Whoa. Man, okay, that's pretty low for me. All right. For you, actually. For me, I'm going with Sounds That Cannot Be Made. Johnny, number 10.
Number 10, I'm going for The Strange Engine.
Interesting. Scott, number 10.
Marillion.com.
Okay. I am going Happiness 1 on number 10, simply because for the most part, it's not that familiar. I liked what I heard in a lot of it, but it didn't like just grab me and go, oh my God, you're top 5. You know what I mean? It just wasn't that. So I'm going with Happiness 1. Johnny, number 9. Number 9. Number 9.
Happiness 1.
Okay. Scott, number 9.
Sounds That Can't Be Made.
Number 9 for me, Marillion.com. Interior Lulu. Happiness, not seeing it. Happiness. All right. Johnny, number 8.
Number 8, I'm going for Radiation.
That's high. That's high for you. Okay. Scott, how about number 8 for you?
I don't think you guys are going to like this one. Brave.
You fucking bastard, you.
Oh,
You will never come back.
You can unsub me too.
I'll be unsubbing you after the live stream. Yeah. All right.
me.
Number 8 for me is An Hour Before Dark. Really like this album, and I know it's going to be a grower for me. So, Johnny, number 7.
7 is Happiness Part 2. As I said, I really like it.
You really like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
You're a fucking weirdo. No, just kidding.
Oh, God, yeah. Most definitely.
My 7 is Happiness 1.
All right. For me, I have fear.
Okay.
Fear of everything. All right. Johnny, number 6.
6, I'm going for Holidays in Eden.
Scott?
My 6 is Afraid of Sunlight.
Oh, painful. All right. For me, number 6 is This Strange Engine.
Oh, wow. That's high.
Yeah. Johnny?
Next up is Season's End.
All right. What number are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5. Right.
Yeah, 5
Right.
Seasons.
Scott, how
End.
about you? Number 5.
Arachnophobia.
Wow. You're fucking weird, dude. No, I'm just kidding. Number 5 for me, Holidays in Eden. Cover my eyes. All right. Go ahead, Johnny.
Number 4, I'm going Afraid of Sunlight.
Number 4, Scott.
I'm rethinking it. I'll go with what I wrote down. Fear.
Wow. Holy mackerel. Nice. All right. I'm going with I'm going with Seasons.
Okay.
And number 3, Johnny.
My number 3 is Fear.
Ah, look at you. Damn. I got to be honest with you. I had 1, 2, 3. I had Fear at 6. That kind of shocked me. That's how good it is. So, yeah. Nice. Scott, number 3.
Season's End.
Okay. Number 3 for me. Yeah. Afraid of Sunlight. Johnny, number 2.
My number 2 is Brave.
Scott?
My number 2 is An Hour Before It's Dark.
Holy mackerel. Wow. Holy shit. All right, number 2 for me. If you had to guess, what is it, Johnny?
Brave.
You'd guess properly. Number 2 is Brave for me.
We all have the same number 1.
Yeah, obviously, which is going to be interesting because I think we're all going to have the same number 1. Johnny, what's your number 1?
Marbles.
Scott.
Marbles.
Jeff, what's your number 1? Gin and tonic? No, Marbles. Wow. How about that? We all ended up at the same fucking place on that final album, and or on that final, top choice, which is just a testament to how good that album really is, right?
Oh yeah.
But I will say that there's 15 albums here, and you really can't go wrong with the top 10 easily.
Yeah.
There really isn't a bad Marillion album. There's just kind of degrees toward the end of how good they are. And so, it's one of those things where I'm curious to see where they're at, because now we're into 2024. So we're about 2 years on. Scott, have you been keeping up with the scuttlebutt? What's going on? Anything?
Yeah, this year is reserved for writing and recording the new album. So we'll see.
25 then.
Yeah.
Okay. Are they have any touring at all planned that you know?
I don't think there's anything planned. I think Rothery might be going out solo for a couple things, and usually Hogarth does the solo thing like around Christmas time. But as a band, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a good thing to point out, that all the guys have other projects. Travis was involved with what they called Transatlantic, which I've seen twice. Great band. That first album I love. Second album I love too. Rothery has the Steve Rothery band or project.
I think band, yeah.
Band, which is pretty cool. H does some solo stuff. Mark Kelly put a solo album out a while back called Mark Kelly's Marathon, I think, because he's a runner, apparently. He's a runner. And I didn't check it out. Is it any good?
It's cool. It's different for sure. I don't know how the singer is kind of like almost a grungy singer. It's different. It's definitely different.
Okay. I like the Hogarth stuff. It's very early Marillion sounding, I think, from what I remember. Because he did an album called Ghosts of Pripyat, I think, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's a really cool album. It's very Steve Rothery like sounding.
Yeah.
And yeah, is there anything else we need to touch on with regards to Marillion, or do we hit it all?
I could get down all the live albums. We could talk about those.
Nah, we're good. I'm good.
Can I just
look? They put out a shitload of.
I
live
tried to
stuff.
count, and I stopped counting. I was like,
It's crazy, and it's good. They're all good. They're all board done. They're all well done. But I love going to shows and enjoying the show. It's rare that I throw a live album on and go, oh yeah. I'm just not that guy. I just don't. It's funny because I come from the 70s where some of the greatest live albums came from, like Frampton Comes Alive and Unleashed in the East and All the World's a Stage and, all those killer albums. But Live and Dangerous and Bursting Out.
UFO live album is
Strangers in the Night. I just
yeah.
bought the box set of the UFO, all the sets. I have the Armed and Dangerous stuff, but to be honest, the box set of that too. But to be honest with you, it's going to take me a year and a half to get through them all.
Yeah.
Just because I'm not a big live record player. I love going to the shows, viscerally being hit with it, and then kind of moving on, But yeah. So, Johnny, what do you got coming up?
Not a lot really. Next weekend, where a stack of us are going up to Scotland to see a load of Scottish death metal bands.
Is that fest with Consecration with Liam?
Yeah, that's the one that Liam's doing.
That's going to be cool. Yeah.
Marchie with the Seas coming up. Metal Marchie Max coming out from Ireland. There's a few guys. Metal Mickey was saying he reckons there's about 17 YouTubers from the UK all going up there. So
that's awesome, man. It's so cool. Yeah.
It should be cool. Yeah, I said I'm going to drive up on the Friday. We'll have a few beers, and then it's all day Saturday. So we're staying 2 nights, and then I think it's a 5-hour drive. Now for the UK, that's a long way. I'm sure for you guys, it's not far at all, but for us, 5-hour drive.
Well, 5 hours is a trip, dude. That I just drove 5.5 hours to Cleveland last week, and man, it was a grind. For me, Scott, where are you at? Michigan?
Yeah, I'm in Michigan. I'm like 2.5 hours to Detroit or to Chicago. So I don't have to drive that far for a show usually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky because I'm an hour from Baltimore and about an hour and 20 minutes from Philly, 3 from New York if I really want to go there. New York is so expensive anymore. It's just not worth going to. Unless there'd be something super, super cool. Like I kind of kicking my ass. I didn't go up to see Uva. When Over came, I should have gone, but I didn't. I was too in my illness was too fucked up. And now, like last weekend, I went to Baltimore twice, down and back. And that's an easy go. I can do those shows. So coming up in May, hopefully, I've got Maryland Death Fest, 4-day deal. That'll be a lot. But I can go down, see what I want, come home. Sleep, decent sleep, go down when I want, catch who I want, leave. Philly, I was just down to see Horrendous. Who else? I went to see Yob, Death to All. A lot of good bands. I think I'm going down to meet up with Rick in February to see Thantafaxeth. There's a couple other good shows that are coming. Oh, Halder and Worm are coming in March. That should be fun too. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm very fortunate, but yeah, if I had to drive 2.5 to 3 hours for a show, probably wouldn't happen very often unless it was a big festival type thing. So
I've got a cool black metal festival is it April, May, June? I can't bloody remember. Called Fortress and Lamp of Murmur. They're playing.
Nice.
Panopticon are coming over.
Black
Blade, Wolves in the Throne Room. It's some, and they're
doing that sounds good. Yeah,
they're doing exclusive, sets and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
there's a few others as well. It's going to be really cool. So I've got a couple of tickets for that. I was going to take the wife, but she looked at me and went, "Seriously, black metal?" I went, "Yeah, okay, look, no problem. I'm sure I can find one of the guys to come with me." So Mark G with the C said he might come when we went to the other gig. We got Frozen Soul next month as well. That should be cool.
Cool, I saw that.
Yeah, I got a few bits and bobs, but as I said, what are we doing? We're doing a big show. I'm taking the wife to go and see Pink, of all artists.
Pink?
Yeah.
Wow.
As I said, that was a Christmas present for the. It's not cheap. And they're playing the Anfield, the Liverpool Stadium, and we're Liverpool supporters, so it should be cool.
Super glad I'm not married.
So yeah, so we're doing that.
I'm actually gonna try.
Interesting.
I'm gonna try to get down on the 18th of February to see Toto. because I fucking
Oh,
love
cool.
Toto. And fuck
Oh,
all you
blind,
bitches
nice.
that don't like Toto. Toto are awesome, man.
Mm.
So, Scott, how about you? Any big doings on No Solution? Anything
No,
happening?
I mean, just business as usual, I guess. I'm going, if weather permits here in Michigan, I'm going to go to see High Spirits in a couple weeks.
Ooh, nice.
I love them, and they're in Chicago, so
Oh, they're a cool band, man. Cool
Yeah.
band, yeah.
so I assumably I'll go see them, and then probably do a video talking about it and just talking about their records and whatnot. But yeah, other than that, man, I don't know. I'm getting old and lame, and I don't want to go anywhere. And so
Yeah, man. How, Scott, can I ask how old you are?
48.
Oh, dude, are you in for a treat? You only
Yeah, I
got
know. I
You only
know.
got-
It's the little, yeah. The
You only
younger
got-
guy bitches about being old. I know.
You only got no. You're not even the younger guy. I mean, well, actually, in this stream, you are. Because Johnny, what are you? 55?
I'm 56 now. It's 56
right,
in
right.
December, so yeah.
And I'll be 58 in 2 months, man. 58, like a fucking motherfucking fossil, bitches.
Dude.
It's funny. I was in the line for the bathroom at Horrendous on Sunday night, and this woman came in behind me, and we were talking a little bit, and I'm like, man, this getting old shit sucks. She's like, well, how old are you? I'm like, how old do you think I am? She's like, probably like 40. I'm like, I'm pushing 60. She's like, wait, what? I'm like, I'll be 60 in 2 years. She's like, there's no way. And then the funniest thing she said was, she's like, your skin and your hair are awesome. I'm like, my hair is fucking full of split ends, and I've got these rashes all over my skin from my neuropathy. I'm like, you're a crazy lady. Your eyes need checked or something. But anyways, but yeah, I mean, but that's shit that keeps me young, man. Going to shows, being viscerally connected to the scene in some way, shape, or form. So coming up here, lots going on, right? Tuesday afternoon, probably it's not set in stone because I got to double check something tomorrow. Tuesday, 1:00 p.m. Randy Jackson, not Randy Jackson, dog from what was that show called? American Idol. Not that Randy Jackson, but a different Randy Jackson, the better Randy Jackson from Zebra is coming to hang out with me a little bit. We're going to talk about all the cool shit that's going on with Zebra. And then Tuesday night, I have Scott Taysom from Cloak, the band Cloak,
Nice.
Atlanta, Georgia. Gothic black metal band. They're coming in. Next Saturday, I have Mr. Havard Jorgensen from Norway coming in, and he is going to sit for an interview. He was an OG creator of Satyricon and an OG member of Ulver, okay, in the American. And the guitar player did all that cool classical stuff on Kveldsanger and on the first album, Bergtot. He played all the way through the first 5 albums. So he's coming on. What's cool about that interview is I don't generally do these interviews with co-hosts. I've had Jimmy on maybe twice. That's it. I generally do them alone because they just work better that way. But next Saturday night, John Halm from Agalloch is joining me to interview Havard.
Nice.
And then I'm hoping I've got a couple of guys from let me just look at something quick here. I just want to make sure that I didn't get a response. Yeah, I haven't yet. Probably shouldn't say anything, but there might be a very, very, very big name coming on very shortly with his partner in another band. And then I've got a couple other death metal dudes coming on that we're getting things sorted out. So lots going on there. I'm doing a deep dive on Dream Theater with my friend Dave. It's either going to be Sunday, the 28th, or the first weekend in February. And then got a couple of dads I want to do, some dad episodes. And hoping to get an Anathema deep dive done. Got to get Anathema done. That's been one that I'm kind of, struggling with a little bit to get the right chemistry. So, yeah, man, we did it under 5 hours. 15 fucking albums in 5 hours? Really?
It's nicely done.
How we do that?
It's because you didn't get your guitar out, Jeff.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Fuck.
Damn it.
Hang on. Can you hear that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Is that it? Yeah. Is that right? No. Is that the right chords? And that's shit. Wait, I'm trying to remember it. Anyways, I had Easter prepared, but I totally forget it now. It's G. Is that right? C, G, C, D, E minor. Anyways, yeah, I was working on that, but I didn't put a lot of time into it, obviously. So there we go. But yeah, can you even hear that?
A little bit. I'm on my shitty phone, so it's
it probably clips off a little bit.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Scott, I want to thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Hey, thanks so much for having me, man. I really appreciate it. This is fun.
Yeah, we'll figure something out to do in the future for sure.
Cool.
Johnny, how many have you been on with me now? For 5, 4?
Yeah, we did all the islands. So that was the doom, the death metal, the black metal, the thrash. Then we did the dad for Warrior Soul, and we did the
Fish.
Fish. So yeah.
Man, you're just like way too common around here.
I know. What can I say? We need to do another one anyway.
Yeah, well, one of these days maybe I'll be invited on something. It seems like I invite everybody onto my my live streams, and nobody ever invites me. It's funny.
Well, I'm the other way around. I'm on everybody else's, and I've not done one myself yet. So maybe I'll do one. I'll invite you on, Jeff. How's that sound?
There you go.
I've only done one, and it was a disaster, so I'm not doing it again.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't blame you, Scott. I've seen it. It wasn't good.
Who was that?
Thanks, man.
What was that? What was that?
This one.
I had Kevin from Graveworm on to talk about his new album, and it was just technical difficulties the whole time. And
Oh no!
I dropped out of my own stream like 3 times, and it was awful.
Oh shit! Well, you were great tonight. Everything was fine. We had no.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
We had no issues audio wise other than Johnny at first, which we got sorted out.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And I just want to thank you guys for digging in. Is this going to get like 9 million views? Probably not. It's just not that kind of a band, as you both know. And it's cool to talk about the shit we love, and the crazy thing is we started at 5. We're done by 10, so you old men can go to sleep. Me, I'm gonna be no, I'm just kidding.
It's 3 a.m. for me, so
yeah, Johnny, I gotta get you out of here, man. Yeah. So we appreciate everyone that hung in there. I think at one point we had about 15 people watching. So
oh wow, cool.
Which is cool. So we'll reconvene. I do plan to. Oh, I forgot one thing. Thursday night, 10 p.m. The dynamic fucking duo return. Dennis, OG Press, and yours truly are back for Forgotten Metal Gems, where we will be talking about Devastation, Nasty Savage, Fields of Nephilim, and Blue Murder. Those are the 4 bands that we're going to get into. So that
Which
comes up on.
Which Devastation?
All of them. Yeah.
No, I mean
Yeah.
like the Texas band.
Texas.
Okay.
Texas. Yeah. So I think it's 11 albums, I think, total we're gonna talk about. And Dennis and I always have a fucking blast. So that's gonna be a good fucking time, and I'm glad that's coming back. We took a little bit like a long hiatus, about 2 months, but we're back. So anyways,
Cool.
guys, thank you so much. Hang on for a sec. I'm gonna call it. And then we'll reconvene if necessary. So hang on one sec. Bye, everybody.